Good morning, chat. How's everyone doing today? Welcome to the stream. Everyone assemble. Duelists. Oh god, okay. Lean back. Freaky. Okay, that was longer than usual. Thank you for the 15 months, Gigantic. Okay. Whew. What am I drinking? I have my tea, which really helps with my, with my cold. Why would you expect that, HCK? Why would you say that? We've never had a washed card guesser attempt in my life. Let me boot it up and prove you wrong right away. Hold up. Let's go. Oh, I've seen this before. I'll skip it though. Spikebot. Is it called Spikebot? Yeah. Yeah. What is this? Cubic? No, number something. Oh, 96. But it's Dark Storm, I think. No? Is it just Dark Mist? It is Dark Mist. Okay. Vision Hero. Trinity. Yep. That masked hero Anki, right? Anki, yeah. Okay, hero round apparently. Steel Swarm. Steel Swarm, but I have no idea what it's called. It's a Steel Swarm, 100%. Or Evil Swarm. Steel Swarm. What do we have here? Senate Switch, right? Isn't that the thing that they made an archetype around? Isn't that Valence? This is something Hunter. Dark Hunter. Yeah. I think it's King. No? Oh, it's Victory. Right. Cloudian. Little ball. Smoke ball? Yeah, smoke ball. Heavenly Circle. Heavenly Dragon Circle. Yeah. King? Yep. Is the king. Is this Hidden City? No. What is it then? Is it a behemoth? I don't know what it's called. Is it Final Battle? Cave Clash? No. I think it's a behemoth. Yeah. Stalagmo. Okay, we wasted some time on that. That was not good. And this one I don't think I've seen before. Dual Taining. The hell? No. Supremacy Berry? Where's the berry? Oh, Fallen Paradise. Okay. I know this one. It's the sword lady. What is she called? Something Umbral? This one. Yes. Oh, this is Meta Noise, isn't it? Is this Amaryllis? No. Reptilian poison. This is a Musketeer card. Is it Starfire? It's Starfire. Isn't this just La Jin? La Jin. Oh, without a D. Okay. This is Gauntlet Launcher. Getting Lyrilusk vibes. This is Lyrilusk. Lyrilusk. This one. Yep. Warbler. Gravekeeper, I think. Shaman. Shaman. What's that? Rover? Oh, is that Psychic Rover? It is Psychic Rover. This one I don't know. Ah, I've seen this. This is Performa Pal. The what is it called, dude? It's not Pop Up, is it? Ugh, no. Recasting. This is, I think it's Sniffus. Or what is that? It's not grass. Oh no, it is grass. Oh god, dude. I thought it was Sniffus. This is some Utopia stuff. Yeah. Embodiment of crime? What the hell? Ooh, yeah. Give me more of those classics. Give me more classics. Do it. This is how we get 1K, if we get some more of those classics. Yeah, Trick Clown. That's not a classic, but sure, I'll take it. Let's go. I feel like I've seen this. It's some tiger. Is it ZW Tiger? Nope. Ah. I should just skip. Yeah. Lightning Blade, dude. What the hell is this? Vampire Voivode. This is Harbinger. Yo, Dracosack, thank you for the 9 months. Welcome back. It's... Is it this? No. Okay. Heroes Rule 2. Hello, can I skip faster? Why does it load so long? Oh, that's admin. Brian Nexy, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. Oh, stray lambs. It's Cupid, but it's not Cupid pitch. I don't think. 4. Cupid. Volley. Volley. Nice. Photon lizard. I think. Yep. Ooh. Is it Guardian Dreath Scythe? It's something Scythe. No, is it Highlander? Is it Dark Highlander? It is Dark Highlander. I mixed it up. You were right. I feel like I've seen this, but I don't know what it's called. Punch in the box. Is it this? Yep. Oh, this is dragon support. This is a trap card. That's Dragon's Rage? Yeah. So, okay. Cyber Dark. Edge. Edge. What is this? Galaxy? No, maybe. Oh, it is Galaxy. Okay. Could have gone for it, maybe, but I didn't know which one it was. The hell are you? The hell is that? Oh, God. Okay. That started at the worst possible point. I could have gotten that if it started at any other, like, frame. Gora, Turtle, I think of Illusion. Nope. Okay. So it's not Trap Dust Shoot. It's not Cliff. Combination? Is it Dark Scorpion combination? Yeah. This is the one that makes unaffected Eagle Booster. It looks like what? But I don't know what that would be. What is that? What adjustment? Huh? I think this is... Yeah, I played this one in Sprite. This is the one you actually play. Okay. Good. Black Metal Dragon, I think. Yeah. Cosmo Dark. Wait. Oh, Cosmol, right? Wicked Witch. Yeah. Okay. Moki Moki. Do not know that. Do not know that. Simorg. Oh no, TG Falcon. What? Jet Falcon. Oh, I thought this was the Simorg bird. Okay. My bad, chat. My bad. Suship. However, there's a lot. No, I'm not gonna go through all the Suships. I'm sorry. I don't know what that one is. Gunkan Suship Uni. Okay. Silver Gadget. Silver Gadget. Oh, Sphinx. Hierako Sphinx? No? It's some Sphinx. Creo Sphinx. Yes. Which one is Hierarcho Sphinx? I wonder. I've seen this. It's a go. I think it's a Ghost Trick XYZ, but I have no idea what it's called. Yeah, Sokute Post, the boss. Oh, Noble Knight support. Kick W. Spiral, I think. No, UA signing deal? Yeah. White. Skilled white. Huh? Is it skilled dark? Oh, that's skilled dark? Really? Oh, this is swallow flip. Okay, well, 846 is not that bad. I don't think that's washed. You guys gonna say washed? I don't think it's washed. I think it's fine. Okay, don't say worse than Gauge. That's not true. That is not true. Am I too late for the daily crash? Okay, first of all, don't call it daily crash, okay? It hasn't happened for weeks. I don't know why it's back this week. It's just because the universe wants to punish me this week for something. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I'm sick this week. I can barely talk. The stream crashes twice. I don't know what it is, but don't call it daily crash, all right? It's because you took Monday off. I didn't take Monday off, dude. I spent Monday in bed. What do you mean? What are you saying? $1,500 attack monster, high level. What do we have? Not a link monster, because it's got defense. It's not a level 4, so it can't be Rhino Heart. Maximus? Level 8 spellcaster. No, level 8 indeed. Not just effect monster, though. Level 8. 2020. 2020. Dragite? Dragite is not 1500. This is 2021, so it's not Captain Sargas. Ad libitum? Ad libitum is also not 2020. I have not looked at the new Horus cards yet, but we will. Well, what the hell is this? Keep in mind, chat, it's not just an effect monster. It has something else. That's why it's, you know. How am I feeling today? Mid. But I'm getting by. It's alright. The tea helps. 30 seconds until crash? Don't say that! It's not gonna happen today. Actually, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but don't jinx it. Mare. Is that 1500 attack? No. But what's a level 8 from 2020 with 1500 attack? It's like fusion, ritual, megalith? It could be a megalith. Megalith. So that's 25. Ah, okay. I was never gonna get that. I was never gonna get that. I don't say I enjoyed my stay. Are we still here? We're still here, right? We lived. I think. Bro, don't say F. No, 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 no. Don't spam. Okay, chat, please, 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 for the love of God, okay? don't spam F when it's not actually down, okay? Do me that favor. That shit is scary. Don't do that, okay? Don't do that. Not when I'm sick. No, never do that. Not even when I'm not sick. But don't do that. Don't do that. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's not fair. The only okay, you can do it inside a sub message. How about that? Why don't we make that deal, huh? If you're gonna be a freaking comedian and type F, at least do it that way. We should do it. We should do that with all the every time you insult me. It shouldn't be allowed. Like whenever you say washed or you say F after 25 minutes or you say you know, I enjoyed my stay at 25 minutes. At least do it by supporting the stream, all right? See? Like Rollcap BG, thank you for the F. Ooh. Garura gets an OCG print in the New World Premiere Pack 2023. Oh, that's crazy. They are about to play even more tier limits. They are about to play even more tier limits. That's crazy. All right. Originally Soulside Journey, thank you for the gift sub to Rip Stream. Yo, James Bros SPX, thank you for the full year. Enjoy your... What is it at a full year? Is it Ronin Toden? Or yeah, it's Ronin Toden. Enjoy your Ronin Toden sub batch. Okay. Chat, there was... Originally, I just had 2 things planned for today. First, I quickly wanted to look at some of the new cards, because there's been new Horus support. I'm excited for the new Horus cards. Haven't read them yet, but I'm supposed... I heard that they're good. So that's on the agenda, and then after that, I just wanted to hop into Master Duel, quickly rank up to Master 1, because we are just one game away, right? Just one more game. And then try out the event a little bit. And then Farfa messaged me and asked if I could join his subathon for later today, and I said, of course, because for any of you guys that have been following the subathon, you would know that I should have been on the subathon last Monday, but I dodged because I was sick and I could barely talk on Monday. So I told Farfa I can't join. So instead, we're gonna do that later today. I'm not exactly sure what we're doing, but we're doing something with Farfa later for the subathon. So that is now also on the agenda for today. You playing Among Us on the subathon? Also that, yeah. Also probably going to be playing Among Us tonight with Herman and such on Farfa's subathon. 15? Yeah, I think it's in like 2.5 hours. ZV, thank you for the gift sub to FFFFFFFF. Appreciate that. Somewhat. Alright. Horus Descends in Phantom Nightmare. Okay, so just so we're all on the same page, the Horus cards are an already existing archetype that we will be getting in Age of Overlord already. The first wave of Legacy Horus support already arrives in Age of Overlord. The only caveat to all the fans of the OG Horus archetype is that the new Horus cards don't really have anything to do with the old Horus cards, which is a good and a bad thing at the same time. It's a bad thing because, you know, they you don't get to play the old Horus cards, but it's a good thing because you don't have to play the old Horus cards because most of them are pretty outdated. The first wave of Horus support, I remember reading them a couple weeks back, and I think they are pretty damn strong cards that have a lot of potential. But as of now, and the OCG also shows that, as of now, with the first wave of support, they were only good as like a small engine in a couple other decks, right? Because the deck in itself doesn't have enough consistency. It doesn't have, enough going for it. So the Horus, especially because it's just not consistent, is not really its own deck. This could change with more support in Phantom Nightmare right here. So let's look at these. Let's look at these cards. All right, first up, we got Horus, the Black Flame Deity. Level 8, everything level 8, I think, in this archetype. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If you control a Horus monster and a King's Sarcophagus, which I think is what everything revolves around, getting King's Sarcophagus onto the field, you can reveal this card in your hand and send one card from your hand or field to the graveyard. Send one card from the field to the graveyard. Okay. So it's removal for the archetype. If a face-up King's Sarcophagus and or Horus monsters other than Horus the Black Flame Deity you control leave the field by an opponent's card effect, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then you can send all other monsters on the field to the graveyard. Okay. Interesting. So it heavily punishes your opponent for removing your shit with card effects. But it doesn't add any consistency. Right? It doesn't add any consistency to the deck. He also doesn't have the effect where he just comes back from the graveyard like a lot of the other level 8s do. I'm not sure how good this card really is. I'm not sure if this one's very good, but it's not terrible. Stone Wall of the Imperial Tombs. This honestly looks and feels way more like a Gravekeeper card, but I guess the lores between Gravekeepers and Horus are like not too far apart, so okay. Field spell card. You can only use the second effect once per turn. This card's name becomes King's Sarcophagus while in the field zone. Oh, that helps, I think. That helps with some of their requirements. That might be a massive deal. I'd have to go back and reread the old cards, but I'm pretty sure it was a lot about having that Sarcophagus card on the board somehow. And this being another card that is called that, I think is pretty good. During your main phase, you can add a Horus monster from your deck to your hand. Then you have to place a card from your hand to the bottom of the deck. Okay, so it's a once per turn Rhoda. At a cost, you have to put back a card, which is significant, right? That's significantly worse than just adding. But still, like I said, consistency is really what it was missing. So this is phenomenal, I think. And then third effect, if you activate the effect of Horus the Black Flame Deity, you can draw a card. Oh. Now, that makes this thing a lot better, of course. Interesting. Third effect is not once per turn. You are right. The third effect is not once per turn. So if you ever manage to resolve both effects, you get to draw 2 cards. However, I will say the third effect, I think, sounds better than it actually is. Because, yeah, in theory, you get to draw cards, even 2, if everything goes right. But I think this card is honestly... The way I'm reading it, it looks kind of underwhelming. The first effect is only useful when you go second, right? You can use it when you go first, but that's big neg. Unless you really desperately need to draw a card off of this. It's very weird. You'd have to send your own card from the field to the graveyard. I'm not sure if that has any synergy within the archetype, but you'd have to reveal this, send another card from field or from hand or field to grave, and then send another card from your field to the graveyard. It's very weird having to do that to yourself. But going second, this would be a nice option. But you already have to control a Horus monster and Sarcophagus to do that. So I'm not sure. The second effect is, of course, much stronger, but it relies completely on your opponent to trigger it. Right? Effect 1 activates effect 2. No, it doesn't. If a face-up Sarcophagus and or Horus monster other than Horus Black Flame Deity you control leaves the field by an opponent's card effect. You cannot trigger the second effect yourself, which makes it a lot worse, of course. You will basically, effects like this one, you have to understand, effect when you read an effect like this one, it'll never do this, pretty much. Your opponent just has to play around it, right? So it's still a good effect to have. It forces your opponent to not remove your Horus monsters or King Sarcophagus with card effects, because if they ever do it, they lose their board, right? But it's all right. This one is phenomenal. The first effect, I think, is relevant. The second effect is, of course, really good for consistency. And the third effect, I think, is just a bonus that will maybe happen once in a while. I don't think this is the main selling point of this card, mainly because I don't even know if you're gonna play this card, right? Now, the question here is, there's actually two questions. The first question is this enough to make a pure Horus deck playable? Right? Is this enough to make the pure Horus deck consistent? Because I'm not sure if that's enough, because it only gives you some more consistency, but still, I'm pretty sure it's still too far from like actually consistent for pure Horus to be good with this. And then the second question is, if you're gonna play Horus as an engine in other decks, are you even using these two cards in other decks with a smaller Horus package, right? And I think the second card, yes, right? If you play Horus cards in your deck, probably play the field spell. You know, you probably would. The first one in a smaller package, I don't think so, right? I don't think so. And that is when you're evaluating cards like this, this gives a lot of context also to the second card, right? Because if you're not going to run the first card, the second card is also significantly worse, because you basically, this effect is not on it then, right? So, but I would argue the card is still good enough for just these two effects, right? Even without the third effect, this card is still phenomenal for consistency, right? So, very good field spell. Mediocre effect monster, I think. But who knows, right? If we ever get more support in the future for this, and you actually do play a pure Horus deck, then maybe you play this as a way to facilitate draws off of your field spell and remove cards off of your opponent's field and make your cards also significantly harder to deal with, right? All right. Overall, honestly, a little bit underwhelmed by these cards, because from what I saw on Twitter this morning, I expected these to be better, because people have been hyping them up like crazy. And I mean, the field spell is very good, don't get me wrong, but I expected like more than two cards, and I expected them to actually make the Horus deck playable, which I'm not sure is the case off of just an additional field spell. But good cards nonetheless. I don't want to understate the power of the Stone Wall. Like, that card is very good. But it's not as busted as I expected after reading what happened on Twitter this morning. But all right, Horus cards, cool. All right, let me boot up Master Duel, and we're gonna try to make it to the festival as fast as possible. But I do wanna. The thing is, I can't be expected to sit on one game away from Master 1, so we need to try and do that. We need to try and do that. New ban list, Pog, dude. I was actually, let me show you this real quick. Oh my god, dude. So I'm scrolling Twitter yesterday, right? And it's like they always drop a tweet at 6 p.m., right? And I go on Twitter and I scroll and I come past this tweet, right? Attention, okay, I didn't read this, but like, attention duelists, we will implement update, limited list, blah, blah, blah. And it has the link to the Konami blog and everything. And at first glance, I just get a heart attack. I'm like, god damn it, dude, I have to go live as fast as possible. The ban list has dropped. Turns out, on second look, it's a freaking speed duel ban list, dude. It's that time of the year again where we watch every other game in the universe getting a ban list before the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG does, dude. And let me tell, I had a mini heart attack yesterday. I had a mini heart attack yesterday when I scrolled and saw this post, and I was like, "Oh my god, the ban list is out!" And then it was, but it was not the ban list that I cared about. So there you go. All right. Ooh, we get the ticket today, guaranteed SR. Holy shit! Let's go. We got some dual pass rewards from yesterday still. Should we do a gamba for the 1-pack? The 1-pack is real? Where is it? Special? Where do I redeem it? Oh, I just have to go there, right? All right, yeah, because I have this. Okay, so the question is, do we pull an ultra rare? Hold up, I'm gonna make a prediction for it because we get a super rare guaranteed. So the question is, do we get an ultra rare or do we just get super rare? I'll give you a minute to predict and then we open up the pack. It's kind of stupid that I already have everything. I think I have everything from the set that I need. So even if I get an ultra rare, it's probably just going to be crafting material. Yeah. Yeah, I have everything that I need. I guess happiness I could keep. Sometimes you get no super rare. It's kind of a scam. Well, that's because it's different tickets. If you pay attention, I mean, the thingy, you see that the ticket looks different? It's technically not a scam because this one does give you a guaranteed super rare and these other ones are not guaranteed. So I think you're just expecting the wrong thing from the ticket. I don't think it's a scam in this case. I don't know how they announced it, but those tickets don't give you guaranteed supers. They're not supposed to. All right. Let's see. No ultra rare. But 2 supers. All right. No is the answer. It is what it is. I pulled Royal, my friend, from this. Yo, congratulations. That's sick. Now you need to get a playset. Okay. We're gonna continue playing the banger Mikanko tier limit from yesterday. That was very fun. Honestly, just perfection. So we're gonna get to masters with this beauty of a deck. We're on a 4-win streak in Master 1, so let's get that number 5 and then we can go to the event. Are we adding the Bestials? I think I already did. Didn't I? I think I did. Yeah, I did. I did. I hope they're good in this matchup. Oh, they are fine. Okay. Bestials against probably Dragon Link are okay. What are your thoughts on the Hakuna Maidara survey? We can watch it later. I saw some of it because I was hanging out in Farfa's chat yesterday when they talked about it. But I haven't watched the video in its entirety yet. So the problem with this matchup is that they are gonna have Bestials, and that's not good news for us. That is not good news for us. I guess we have this. Is Tier still playable without Merly? I think so. We hit Sharon. But we get Bestialed on it. Maybe I shouldn't have. They have another Bestial? Okay, that's bad. I think we lose this. Bro, our hand was so sick for going first too. Our hand was so busted. But going we just go we have the rank up game with tier limits and we get paired against Dragon Link. Cause they just make Baron now. They make Baron with Serenir. They send another Lubellion. Yeah, nah. Or not. Do we have the tools to OTK with Mekanko? No. We're only using the Mekankos as like, we only use Ohime to get a level 6 extender and a way to discard cards and stuff like that. Activating Happens was a mistake. Yeah, maybe. I don't think it changes anything, though. I don't think one Druid Swarm gets us there. But you're right. I didn't think about the... I kind of just clicked it. I was a button clicker in that moment. They are picking very odd sequencing. I'm slightly confused by their sequencing, but I'm not sure if it's gonna matter. Discard evenly. Okay, so what's the last card in hand is Boot Sector Launch. This is a very weird line. I still don't think it's enough for us to break it because they get another Bestial Surge in the end. Okay. Seyfert. Why Seyfert? Are you just making Chaos Ruler and hoping you hit something? No, what? Adding back You've already used Lubellion, no? Yeah. Okay. So Boot Sector, Lubellion plus the draw. It's still a lot to play around. If they make Savage here... Savage, Seal, Bestial Search, Regain. It's tough still. But we shall see. He looks like me playing Dragon Link. In brackets, I don't know how to play it. Is this just a pass now? Let's see. End phase Magnamut. Okay, so what we're looking at is currently one unknown card in hand, one Bestial, one Savage Negate, and one Bounce. Which, depending on how this goes, we could play against. And Baldrake. It's tough though. It's tough. Talents would really help. Havness could help. Let's go tuning. Smell something nice with tuning. Mudora! Hello, Mudora. Does that help? That's not bad. I mean, it helps. Okay, let's go with the homie. Oh, they top decked Ash with the regain draw. Of course they did. What else would they draw? Ah, that's frustrating. Do we have dark in this? We do have dark. Dark should be dark onto Magnamood would be sick if I could pull that off. Druid Worm is probably just going to Druid Worm is probably just gonna target. Is gonna get. They're probably gonna chain Baldrake. Huh? You let me summon that? That's interesting. I don't really want them to get back the Magnamood, but at the same time, I also don't want to. No, I kind of wanted to dark the Magnamood, but let's not. Evenly can go back. I want to leave a target for dark. Definitely Tracer, probably. Tracer with dark seems nice because we do play Baron. Let's give them back. I don't know. Ash. There's no way you let me Chaos Ruler, right? You're negating Assault Synchron? I can just normal summon it. Oh, I got Snow. I got Snow. But they got a Bestial in hand still. Assault Synchron. Are you bouncing that? You're bouncing that. Sure. Chat, any mathematicians in chat? Anyone know what 3 plus 3 plus 2 is? Can anyone tell me? Interesting. Let's run it. No, no, come on. No, 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 no. That's not fair. That's not fair. You top deck 2 hand traps with regained over 2 turns. That's not fair, dude. It's not fair. Okay, I hit something. We milled nothing, though. We don't have a normal summon. Uno Violo, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate you so much. What do I have here? Oh, this. Oh, this is such a frustrating game now. So we've cleared the board, but we have nothing to end on. They have Baldrake. That's their response. They have Baldrake. Fine. The problem is, what's Sharon gonna mill? Nothing. But it makes redoer at least. It got Scream, so we have Crime Soliak. Have we used Sharon this turn in the graveyard? We have not. But we can't make Kid closed right now. Both of our Havnesses are... All 3 tier limit names are banned. Aww. I can't really make any fusions. I only have... I have nothing. I think we're losing. Oh, the Veiler, dude. The Veiler. And the Ash. Oh, cringe. Cringe behavior. The deck is fire, though. Don't lie to me. This deck is fire. Hmm. Nah, we lost. We lost. We needed to mill a Rhino Heart last turn. If we had milled a Rhino Heart, it would have been possible. Okay, well. We didn't get the any percent to master. Also, Uno Violo, thank you for the 13 months. Appreciate the long time support. I don't think I said that a couple minutes ago. Thank you so much. Welcome back. It was close, though. If they didn't have Ash for the Ohime, I think we would have broken the board. Alright, no hand traps, but gas hand. Completely unrelated. How do I know when to do the fall goal line and when not? Is there what do you mean? Not. You always do the fall. Oh, they discarded Maxi. That's not a good sign. That means they have another one most of the time. We are more wins away from Master 1 than before I walked my dog. Well, because we played one game and we lost. What do you mean? You're not wrong. Evenly, okay. Miss! One time! Fenrir? Purely? The last one always hits. Oh, God. And what a hit it is! Ah! And last card in hand is Maxi. I'm so tilted. It would actually be an okay playable game if the last card in hand wasn't the fucking Maxi, dude. God, I love Maxi. Oh, it's such a wonderful hand, dude. It's such a wonderful hand. They hard drew the field spell as well. The trap, I mean, not the field spell. They draw Maxi now. No, they already have Maxi. It's 1000% they already have Maxi. Yeah. It's so fucking cringe, dude. Is there a world where I don't instantly die if I pass now? No, right? There's no way I don't die, right? But if I give them no, if I have no monsters, they'll just make a fat noir and beat you that way. I mean, yeah, but like they already have 3 spins. It's not like I can really play through it this turn. Oh, it would have been so good. You still can. I can break this board without Maxi. Without Maxi, I think I'm beating it. But there's no way. They only have to put up like 2,600 damage, right? It's no way they can't do that. Maybe they forget that this Noir leaves in the end phase. Oh, they missed. They missed. Okay. That's game, right? Just rank up into one from the graveyard and make a rank 1. So this is 73. All you need is a rank 1 that has a couple attack. Yeah, that's enough. Bro, Maxi is so cringe, man. Literally not even Pearly. Like, Pearly is not the problem right now. That was not the problem. He could have played this game completely fine. Just fucking go first and have Maxi in hand is the most cringe thing to ever do in Master Duel, dude. Could we have played through the Noir spins? 100%. Because after the first Noir spin, it would have been affected again. It would have been completely okay. I love complaining about every new deck. I'm not complaining about the Purely deck at all. The Purely deck's completely fine in my opinion. Ooh, that's not a very good hand, is it? It's not terrible, to be fair. But we'll see. That's okay. Question is, do we normal summon this? Turn both of our traps on immediately, or do we wait for them to play into it? If they play into it, we get 3 mills. Let's wait. Oh. Ah! The better duelist has been detected. I see. Aluber, King of the Swamp, Super Poly. Okay, it's branded tier. Branded tier elements. Let me magna your mood, sir. Up. Yo, no! Come on, dude. What? How? Like, actually, how? Oh, ordering two, dude. Ordering two. Discard Gamma Seal. That's an Aqua to make kick close. I'm literally screaming. Oh, we have a Shuffler, but that's a little late. A little late for a Shuffler. Problem is we can't even use the Sharon. But we might live this turn. Well, an end phase angle. I think we win if the hand if the card in hand is not crazy. Okay, they didn't mill anything. Good. What do they have? They have something. Oh no, it's brand retribution. Okay. So while I have a Mikanko, I get this one. Give me this. It is mine now. Dark. I can still make Beatrice. Calm down. I still have a Bestial. Bro, the cooking is crazy. Look at the freaking cooking right now. Oh my god. Shit's crazy. Could also make Elf into Chaos Ruler, chat. Just saying. Is this game 500 3350? No, it's not because of Scream. Okay. Oh, this deck is so fun, dude. It's crazy. Actually insane. What are we doing with Farfa today? I'm not actually sure yet. Oh, I milled Snow and Kelbeck. I'm not using Kelbeck. I'm not a madman. I know you guys are going to be disappointed, but I'm not using Snow. There's not using Kelbeck. There's no way. This should be game, right? With Snow. 2350, 4350. No, it's not actually. 2000. Oh no. Bum. $500. 5,000. Oh, it is game with Snow. Never mind. Easiest game of my life, dude. Easiest game of my life. Not even close, dude. Not even close. And you guys are... No one... Okay, actually, no one is saying that the Mikanko stuff doesn't go hard as hell in this deck, but it's just so sick, dude. Banish all your field? Okay, I didn't do that. That's mad BM, dude. That's mad BM. Boom! Perler Rhino, Branded Fusion, Ash, Scream. Not enough. Not enough. The deck list should be on Discord. Yeah, it should be there. I think. I think some mods posted the stuff yesterday. Ooh. 60 cards is kind of scary to mill 5 against, but it is what it is. Hmm. You kind of want to discard Rondo, right? You don't really want Rondo in this hand. We can still discard a Kelbeck for... We can still discard Kelbeck for Sharon. The best thing to hedge against Maxi would be to start with this, because then we could theoretically only do one special. Do we go? We could go for a shuffler first, in case they do play anything stupid, but nah. We milled a shuffler with Sharon. It's all right. We just mill it. Ash. Okay. More? You have more hand traps? That's crazy. Don't do that. Why would you do that? Chaos Ruler? We could have gone Chaos Ruler. I kind of just want to make Beatrice, though. I could also make Baron and pass on Baron plus Ohime, but it doesn't really have follow-up, so I think Beatrice is nice here. Probably just Havness, make kick close. Ah, the 60 card open Magnamute angle. I see. God damn it, dude. No. That counters everything. Because they get another Bestial for... Oh, come on, dude. I can't deal with this shit. Why are you playing 60 cards and still opening Magnamute? Oh, I should have recycled Kelbeck to go Beatrice for Kelbeck again. That was my bad. Still. I lose to that because next turn it hits me again. Should Baron pass? Ah, yes. The Twitch chatter would have done it completely perfectly in hindsight. Yeah, with the power of hindsight that the 60 card duelist opened Ash Magnamute, you would have played it perfectly. Yeah. I know. Generethic, thank you for 4 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. Normal summon Cartesia. All right. What is happening? Why is there a Destiny Hero Plasma? That is an upstart goblin if I've ever seen one. Okay. Ooh. Okay. That's good. That means we could now use Beatrice and not be interrupted unless they have another Bestial, which would be something. Yeah. Okay. Can't even get over Beatrice, it seems. Now, there's one thing I'm not sure about. Huh? Okay, Verte, I'm gonna try and prevent. Oh, it's 5 Bestials. It's 5 Bestials and 60 cards. They opened 2 Bestials and Ash. That's insane, dude. How? How, man? I'm not sure if Max C blind is correct right now. I'm not seeing as much Kashtira and I'm not seeing that much talents. It's just most like I think there's a lot of gamma, so maybe it's not correct to Max C in draw phase. How was your morning specifically around 11 a.m.? It was quite the shock. Quite the shocking moment. Very good, Max C. They are probably laughing their ass off right now that I Max C'd them blind. I shouldn't have done it. All right, 2. It's a good hand though. The problem is they left 2 cards in hand, which doesn't mean good things for me. Usually. That's not a good sign. All right, tuning, do something. Malicious for free. We take it. Tuning is a 1-card chaos ruler. I keep telling you guys, it's insane. Don't maxi me, please. I know I maxied you, but it was just a joke. Come on, let's not. Don't. You don't have to. Okay. Good. I'm glad we agree. Big welcome. All right. Yes. I said, don't. I said, let's not. I was polite. Why are you doing this to me? Why would you be that guy? I don't get it. Well, that makes this game a little more unpleasant. The thing is, I just want to clarify, even though we're losing right now, I'm not really salty because I'm playing a deck for fun and I don't expect it to do insane. I'm enjoying most of the games right now, especially the ones that didn't involve Maxi. Go for a game? We might be able to. I'm not sure. It's tough because it depends on the back row as well. Mill something. Yeah, it made a light monster at least. Not bad. Normal summon. Yeah, we just go in. They have an out to Chaos Ruler. Why did you pop my Assault Synchron? Oh, man. All right, well. All right, Shireen. I don't know what Shireen is supposed to do here, but I guess if we mill a Diviner. Or not. Hey, I guess. Sorry. Sorry for freaking asking. Dark Summon Lovely. Dark Summon Lovely. Bring back Chaos Ruler. Make Elf. Bring back Assault Synchron. Make Baron. Bring back Chaos Ruler. Oh, we're so close. We're so close. But what is in their I mean, can we pass? Can we pass? I think we can. They probably use it to get follow. We probably lose from here, but we'll see. Yeah. The problem is Ariana plus Big Welcome is probably something we lose to. We probably lose to Ariana plus Big Welcome. Maybe if they snipe a card from our hand, we have a chance. How many games are we off? Like 3. Yeah. It's about to be 4. I will say this game would have been a lot better if we kept the Maxi. We should not Maxi blind. That was a bad habit. That was definitely a bad habit. We should not have blind Maxi'd in draw phase. They play 2D barriers. Phenomenal. We're glad to see that. Based individual, not. Snipe my hand, snipe my hand, snipe my hand, snipe my hand, snipe my hand. It's giga wrong to snipe my hand, by the way, because they know there's a Sharon. Aw, they're too smart. Why are they smart? Yeah, we lost. Or more. Rough start. Rough start. But I feel like we've not been getting very lucky these first couple games. We're also playing a wacky deck, but it's alright. We're not in a hurry. There's like, we're only halfway through the month. Change deck? No, I enjoy it. Don't tell me to change my deck. I'm enjoying it. I'm not tryharding as much as possible. It's okay if it's not the perfect deck. Wasn't this meant to be one game to make it? Well, we were one game away, yeah, at the beginning of the stream, but it didn't go our way. What am I supposed to do? Bro, tuning is insane. We need to appreciate tuning more. That card is busted. Ah, that card's also busted. Mm-hmm. Well, we try again next turn. Do some hand fixing. We don't need double assault. That's alright. How many subs for you to make a pure C build? I don't even know how that would work, honestly. Doesn't sound very enjoyable because I don't think you have a win condition. Get that out of here. Get that out of my face. Whip. Stop! Have I get max seed multiple times every game right now. What the hell is going on? That's what I thought. No, we don't have a target for that tuning. Ah! Take that, Sprite. Nice double maxi plus beaver. It's my nemesis. 60 cards. No. I'm not ready. Breathe. Breathe. Calm down. Everything is good. We're still, we're okay. Rhino Horde got our back. It's okay. Scream. Scream, tag out into... No. Sharon, mill 6. You could just guarantee a trap card. Guaranteeing a trap card is the safer way, but it's also a coward play. But I probably should guarantee a trap card. And then we go Sharon first. Pitch the Rhino to the graveyard. Mill Scream anyways, because we're goated like that. And we don't need to bring back the Rhino Heart, no. We don't have a monster to pitch force for crime, so let's go Meta Noise. We got Rhino. Okay. We milled the Mikanko Ceremony. That's not good. Because that means we can't summon Ohime anymore, but it's okay. Wait! I already used Sharon. Why did I send Sharon? What did I do? Why did I use... Oh my god. Why didn't I send Havness first? That's so bad. Why did I do that? We don't talk about it. We don't talk about it, chat. We don't talk about it. They break. Redoer attaches a trap every day of the week. Or not. Oh, God. I deserve to lose this one. This one's fine. It's Troll Despair. Because we probably would have won with both traps plus Rule Colosse. But I deserve to lose. Absolutely. I definitely deserve to lose. Oh god, why did I do it? Why did I do it that way, dude? It makes no sense. Oh man. Yep, do it to me. Do it. Give it all you got, dude. Kill me. I deserve it. Even world champions misplay all the time. I will say, I do play a lot worse on stream when it's like half my attention goes to chat, half my attention is on the game. It's a lot different than from playing in like a tournament environment. It's a very different feeling as well. In my defense, it's very, very different. I'm not blaming you. It's just very normal to when you're not 100% focused on the game that you're playing worse than when you are. Giga Chat activate desires, proceeds to not banish any combo pieces like Magician Soul's Illusion of Chaos package or Baby Dragons. They have Boot Sector left. There's no way they banished Boot. Oh! Okay. That was unexpected. Bro, go normal summon Tracer and Trish me. Please, I'm begging you. Do it. Do it. Okay, Ravine is still there. Second White Dragon is also still there. Alright. We have to draw specifically Rhino Heart, and even then, it's not even easy. If we don't die, which we probably do. No, Levian here kills us. Does it? Yeah, it kills us. This was my bad. This was my bad. Sorry. This could have been a very interesting game, because their hand was pretty good. But I messed it up. The latest Dragon Link list, I don't think I changed anything from my Worlds list, so it would still be that. What do you think of Magispector with Super Heavy? I think it needs to go first to win, and that's usually not a very good Yu-Gi-Oh deck. Is my first impression. Sounds like a deck that Trip would like, though. But I don't think it's very good. This hand is pretty fire, as long as we don't get Maxied, as always. Kelbeck is potentially good against Pearly, right? No, well, not right now. We're not going to use it now. But it could be okay, right? Okay, they just hit everything in the universe. No, that's not true. I haven't drawn the Mikanko that often. Is Goddess the Noir? We do play Goddess. You can also out it if they are unaware, you can out it with Ohime. Because the equip spell will take control of it if they are not careful. If they don't know about the interaction, then you can just take it. Ooh, we can bounce the plump if we want to. That seems worth it. If they summon, yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you summon? You haven't used Lily yet. Yeah. They will still get another plump, though. They just go Lily, rank up into plump, and it's kind of the same thing, though, right? Like, does it really make sense for me to use this here? I think I would rather wait and mill 5 with it. Right? It doesn't really... I don't think it accomplishes anything right here. Oh, they search for that. Does that mean they drew the trap card? It might. Oh no, this is Heart Make Noir. Yeah, okay. And they will draw 2 in my turn. So once again, I'm probably cursing myself as we speak, but if we don't get max seed, this is actually going to be an interesting game. If we do get max seed, well, you know. Oh god. Please, please don't. Master Duel. Come on. Please. Please. Ba. Rhino Heart. Sharon. Why just Sharon? Let's go just Sharon for now. Okay. What decks are you considering for your next YCS? I'm not sure yet. There's a couple decks that I like in this format, but nothing that I think is clearly the best. Even something like Unchained, which I'm technically a big fan of. I'm not sure how good it is if everyone else is also playing it. Let's see if they know. They don't know. They don't know! Oh, come on, dude! The Maxi! Ah. Shit. I have to try and kill them, right? There's no way. Oh, wait, if I make Chaos Ruler, they get it back. No, we don't want to do that. But now I'm locked into... Oh, no, I messed up. Bro, sick. I'm actually playing so bad today, dude. I'm actually playing so bad. It's not even funny right now. It's like my head is clouded, dude, because I can't even think straight today. When are we starting to test for Dortmund? Probably next week. Probably next week. Throwing for content? Nah, dude. This is not throwing for content. It's genuinely so much less enjoyable, I think, if the stream goes like this. I'm sorry for the scuffed streams this week. I'm just not really, like... I've been sick since the weekend, and I do really feel that, but, you know. Please add Salamangreat Gazelle. Please. I can't take a Mathmech Circular right now. I guess that's fine. Can you steal the arrival with the Mechanical spell too? I'm not sure if it says activated effects. No, this one you can't steal. This one's just unaffected by everything. This one we have to make Goddess for. Just punch it with Ohime? Well, I mean, that's only 6,000, right? It's not enough. If depending on how big they make it, I can, like, I'll deal 5,000 or something. That's not enough. How do you see related cards? You go here and then you click related cards and then you see whatever it's related to. It's very helpful. I use it sometimes. This hand would be absolutely banging if I didn't have double Malicious and double Assault Synchron. Like these, the first 3 cards were fire. The last 2 were not very good. We don't talk about it, Appaloosa Bear. We don't talk about it. The gameplay level today has been abysmal. If we start playing into this board and we get max seed, we're playing the festival. Good morning, Josh and Chad. Would Book of Moon and Eclipse be good for this format in Master Duel? What are the advantages and disadvantages of running either or both? I think they're okay right now. If you see a lot of purely, I think the books are solid. Yeah. I would think against specifically purely Book of Moon is probably better than Book of Eclipse. But in general, Book of Eclipse can be better because it just affects everything when you go second, as opposed to just one monster. But Book of Moon is a lot better going first, because it doesn't book your own board. Also, it can't be ashed, which sometimes is a concern. Do you send... Bro, is this the most cancerous deck ever? Did you just look... Did you just type no fun into the search bar? What the hell did you do? Like, what the hell is this? Come on. Why are you playing? Why are you logging into this game and feeling like you should play all those cards? None of your cards are fun, dude. I knew this game was over like 10 minutes ago. I just wanted to wait for exactly this moment to see what the universe was on about today, right? It's like sometimes you just gotta face check the universe. You just gotta see what's going on, right? Sometimes you gotta look up and be like, where are we standing right now, right? And it's like, now I know. Now I know. That I just want to quickly confirm that today we're not gonna be playing Master Duel Ranked anymore. Because the universe just told me something, you know? The universe just told me something, and it told me to fuck the hell off. That's what it told me. God damn, dude. That was probably one of the least fun games of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played in my life. We're gonna play Festival. We're gonna play Festival. Can we see that list? It's a bunch of the least fun cards in the game. It's just a bunch of the least fun. It's literally like they typed degenerate into the search bar and this popped up. This was pre-built pretty much. It's like you type degenerate and then you click autocomplete and that's what you come up with. Our list? Our list is more like it. It's more a wacky deck though than an actually good deck. It's very fun. 40 URs. How many URs does it have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 24, 25, 26, 29, 30, 31, 33, 35, 36, 7, 8, 9. It's actually 40 ultra rares. This is actually 40 ultra rares. Okay, but I know how budget players feel now when they look at a pack TCG deck profile. This is how it must feel like to you guys right now. Yeah, the deck is very fun, but if you don't have the ultra rares for it, you don't need to go and craft it. It's not like the best deck ever or something like that. It's just fun and I have the cards. That's why I'm playing it. But don't go ahead and spend all your ultra rare CP on this deck. Okay, what is the rules for the festival? What's a base deck for the festival? And I for the sake of my mental health right now, I need a deck that doesn't lose to Maxi. That's what I need. Also, we still need to watch the Hakuna Maidara video. Maybe that's a good point to do it right now because I could. Yeah, let's take a break from Masador right now. Just a little bit. Hold up. Let me pull that up. Where is it? So, like I said, I already saw some of this yesterday because I tuned into Farfa's stream and they had Hakuna Maidara on. But I also missed some of it. Like I didn't see the entire thing. And I also wanted to just give some exposure to Hakuna Maidara because I'm a big fan of their content. I'm a massive fan of their content, so I think it's just cool to give them a little watch on stream every once in a while. So yeah, let's
Hey guys,
let's watch this. This is a survey just about like the current state of Yu-Gi-Oh, and it's like they almost got 2,000 players to respond to this, and answer different questions about the current state of the game and all kind of other stuff. I don't know what's all in here. But yeah, it's I think it's very interesting. Let me go to the other side because apparently they're going to be chilling in the right corner.
so by the time you're watching this video, I probably already presented the results on Farfa's subathon, but for those of you that missed it, basically what I did was I surveyed players in the Yu-Gi-Oh community just so we can learn more about us. And so essentially 1,600 players responded, so a huge thanks to all of you who participated, who shared the survey, and
also we're 9 subs away from the next sub goal, so if you want to cheer me up and listen to a little remix situation, you know, now is the time. Yeah, okay.
Definitely follow me on Twitter to make sure that you don't miss out on any future surveys. And so before we continue, big thanks to my sponsors as always, links and discount codes in the description below for Yu-Gi-Oh singles and Yu-Gi-Oh supplies. So let's just get right into the demographic part of the question, starting with the age. And so for the most part, at least among the players that responded to this survey, they were in the 19 to 24 and
I'm gonna have to cover your face, my bad, but we need to see those.
25 to 29 age group for the most part. It's really not surprising. This is sort of reflects the age where you kind of gain financial independence, right, after high school. So not too surprising. What I think is interesting, that 30 to 39 age group, which is where I belong, I think that portion will probably start increasing over time, right, kind of, because if you think about, you know, the anime came around, I think around 2002. That's when I was like a little kid, and you know, that demographic, that cohort, definitely gonna start to age out and enter that
40 plus players. Yep. I mean, I personally think it's incredibly cool if whenever I see someone who's like 40 or older or 50 or older at a tournament. I think it's like yes, it started out as like a hobby for children mostly, but I think it's pretty cool that like even old people are getting into. Because honestly, let's face it. Okay, let's face it, chat. Everyone knows that this game is based on an anime that was mostly consumed by kids, but the game itself is far gone from a kid's game, right? It's like it's not even very suitable for small children because it's like way too complicated.
30 plus age group. In terms of, you know, gender identity that you most identify with, mostly male, again, probably not too surprising, but 87% when I've been doing this, like the last 2 years prior to this, I believe this was actually in the very high 90s. So, you know, more diversity is always great.
Yep.
Now let's cover the country of residence, and I'm only going to just cover the top 5. There's, of course, a lot of people from different countries around the world that responded, which is really, really cool. So essentially, USA was number 1. Not too surprising as well, just because, especially my YouTube audience.
This is crazy, right? Because the Yu-Gi-Oh trading card game is technically only it's the USA format, right? According to MBT. So it's nice to see that other human beings outside of the USA are taking part in the TCG, which is technically outside of their region, right? Kind of crazy.
It's actually about half are from USA, I believe. UK, Germany, some European influence, and Canada, where I belong. And then Poland. So that's also interesting. Definitely don't have that in my YouTube analytics in terms of audience, but definitely really appreciate all of you across the world responding to this survey. So in terms of how players categorize themselves as a player, 43% being casual, but, you know, 33% being semi-competitive, which essentially kind of reflects, you know, at least participate.
One caveat when it comes to the surveys by Hakuna Matata, I think it's something that should be said, is that the data is, I think, somewhat skewed a little bit by his audience, right? The people that he reaches with those surveys, I think are more likely to be competitive. I think in reality, if you take the entire Yu-Gi-Oh community, I think there is more than 42% casuals. It's just that a lot of those casuals he doesn't reach with the survey, right? He does get it in others. He is not only his followers, right, that this is about, but like still the people that you ask, I would argue the following of almost any content creator is like mostly people that try to take the game a little bit more seriously, right? Unless he asked someone like maybe, I don't know, Team Samurai X1 or someone. If someone like that would send this to all of their followers, then maybe we would get a little bit more casuals into the mix. But I think for like most of the people that this survey reached, I think this is a little bit skewed towards the people that try to take this game at least a little bit more competitive. You call Sam a casual? No, but like it's not a secret that Sam's audience and content is more catered towards, you know, fans of the anime and stuff. It's also not even a burn or anything. It's completely fine to make content for the casual people. People always take casual as an insult, which I think is a super toxic thing to use that as an insult, because it's completely fine to be a casual at anything. It's a completely fine thing to do anything casually. How the hell is anything wrong with that? You don't have to try hard min-max every single thing in your life, dude. Like, it's not an insult at all. It's completely fine to do something and enjoy it casually. Literally nothing wrong with that.
At local level events, but just probably not really regional level events or higher. And then competitive, of course, you know, at least regional level events or higher that they participate in. And then like 1% that's considered non-player, so those could be considered as, you know, let's say like vendors or maybe artists, I'm not sure. But you know, I think this is actually kind of an important breakdown to take into consideration for all the results moving forward in this video, just because, you know, we do have a little bit more competitive players that responded than likely the actual Yu-Gi-Oh population, where there's probably
he's actually saying
a lot
okay.
more casual players if you were to somehow survey like the entire Yu-Gi-Oh population. Now, in terms of, you know, the primary reason that led you to decide to Yu-Gi-Oh, you know, almost half said that was because of from watching the Yu-Gi-Oh anime. I think that's how a lot of us kind of grew up with that, and then it really got us into it. Of course, if you were like me, you know, when the Yu-Gi-Oh anime first came out and you were a kid, you know, the rules were definitely not the rules that actually, you know, encompasses that trading card game. It was definitely has some really wonky rulings, but it was still really fun nonetheless. Watching friends play the game or seeing Yu-Gi-Oh content online, for example, that's a very big one in the more modern era. and or maybe they were already playing a different TCG and they wanted to try something new. To be honest with you, this survey question, the response choices I had, I already knew. It was pretty limited. I wish I could have thought of more because we did have quite a bit in the other section. A lot of people actually just said that they were just bored and they decided to play it. That was one of the common reasons that were mentioned in the other section. So you know what, interesting nonetheless, but I'm really happy to see how people kind of got into this game. In terms of what other TCGs they do play, of course, more than half actually said they don't play any other TCGs. I mean, to be fair, I think, it is pretty...
It's very common for people to only really play one TCG. I personally see myself as an enjoyer of card games in general, which might surprise some of you because I'm obviously mostly making content for Yu-Gi-Oh! Or like only making content for Yu-Gi-Oh! But I really, really enjoy all kinds of card games. I just never really have the time to play more than one at the same level, right? I'm the type of person I really like to get into a card game, all or nothing. I'm the type of person I like to min-max, right? But I have played most of the games on this list, except for I haven't played Vanguard, I haven't played Weiss Schwarz, and that's it. Everything else I've played.
Pretty hard to invest in multiple card games at once, not only the cost but also just the time. But if they did play any other TCGs, most looks like Magic, Pokemon again, which is pretty common, or rather makes sense because these are some of the most...
You played Lorcana? Yeah, I played Lorcana. I have like almost all the cards laying around somewhere.
Common TCGs in the game right now. Disney Lorcana is kind of new, from my understanding.
Magic,
it's pretty limited.
Magic. I played very, very briefly in like back in the day, and now I picked, because I'm a very, very big Lord of the Rings fan. I picked up the Lord of the Rings Commander decks, but I haven't actually played with them yet. I have the decks, but I haven't found 4 people to play the Commander decks yet, but I have those. Pokemon I played a little bit back in the day at tournaments as well. Digimon I played a very good amount with my fiance because she was a huge Digimon fan as a kid. And so when the modern card game dropped for Digimon, we actually went to a couple tournaments and stuff like that and did pretty well. Even at those, but we don't play much anymore. It was during like BT5, BT6 we played a lot, but nowadays we don't really anymore, which is kind of sad. And now we're playing a little bit of Lorcana together. Yeah. Hearthstone I played a lot back in the day. Hearthstone, dude, 2016, I think it's 2015, 16, 17, I played a lot of Hearthstone. And then I also played a lot of Runeterra during COVID. That's not even on here, but Runeterra is also a sick card game.
Supply right now and also quite expensive, but I'm sure that will increase. I thought One Piece would be a little higher because I thought it was actually like exploding in terms of popularity. But you know what? I think this, for the most part, pretty interesting. All the other TCGs that players are using.
Jero, so thank you for the full year. Appreciate that.
Let's just cover some of the questions related to competitive play in terms of how often do you actually participate in these official tournaments by Konami. So 39% actually said they don't participate at all. But among those that do participate, you do see that most are actually.
I mean, this makes sense when you had like also 39 people that 39% that said they are casuals, right? So that probably correlates to they don't go to tournaments, or like at least not very frequently. I personally, unfortunately, am in the left category. I go to tournaments on average less than once per week, which is, I wish I could go more often. Like last week, going to locals was very fun for me, but I just don't have a locals that's close and nearby. Which I do miss that a lot. Like one of my favorite memories from playing Yu-Gi-Oh as a kid is just like going to locals very, very frequently. I think that's just such a fun thing to do, right? Does locals count? Yeah, locals are, well, most locals are officially sanctioned Konami tournaments, like OTS tournaments, yes. But locals to me is not that much about, like practicing or whatever. It's just about the enjoyment of the game, right? Like I do, like, for example, I played Salamangreat last week at locals, which is a deck that I would have probably never played if it was a regional or a YCS or whatever, but I still like enjoyed it a lot because it was like locals is kind of like a way to play Yu-Gi-Oh, but like without pressure at all, which is very, to me, feels very good every once in a while. So I wish I could go more often, but it's just like, it's 1.5 hours, to the locals I go to, if I go to, is Frankfurt. Do Challenger Cups count? I guess
Play
they would.
like less than one or one per week. Definitely not too many grinders out there in terms of 3+ per week. Now, in terms of the highest level of achievements in competitive play, 35% saying they do not participate. Kind of weird because 39% said they don't participate in that previous question. Anyways, you're bound to see those inconsistent results in surveys.
I mean, no, that can make sense because currently 39% of them are not like regularly participating, but it could be that they once have top locals, but they don't go to locals anymore or something. That can change, right? But yeah. Where's Worlds Win, by the way? Where's that? Where's my category? Okay, so
most have like up to local top at best, which makes sense. That's kind of like the most common outcome, really. Regional tops get a little confusing, so a lot of people get the terminology mixed up, and it might also actually depend on the area, perhaps. Like in North America, for example, in regional events, you have if you say you top the regional, that means top 8. But at the same time, usually up to like, let's say, top 48 or top 32, you can also get an invite to the North American World Championship qualifier, which is not topping a regional, but just means you at least earned an invite at a regional. So I try to distinguish that in the survey question. I'm not sure if everyone really understood that, but at the same time, you kind of see like 8.5% got up to an invite only, and then almost 10% getting a regional top 8. And then, some national top, YCS top, obviously a very small proportion of people world participant, which is really cool that they actually participate in the survey. Now, in terms of, what players thought of remote duel tops, because this can definitely be a bit of a controversial topic, but you know what, a little over 70% actually believe that they still count as a remote,
still that controversial?
Still count as a premier event top, for example, but perhaps,
What are your thoughts on remote duel tops compared to in-person event tops? I believe they are the equivalent to an in-person event top. I believe they are less impressive than in-person event top, but still count. I do not believe they count as a top. No opinion on remote duel tops. Okay. I didn't know this was a big debate. I personally would say I'm mostly in the camp of the second thingy. Like, I do think it's a very respectable thing to I mean, still it's like 9 or 10 round tournaments or whatever. It just tends to be, and it's not really about me having any like not trusting the people that do well at remote events. It's not that. It's just the fact that I think most of the time they are smaller, and a lot of the times it's also that at least a lot of the people that I know, a lot of the very competitive players, they don't play in them that often, right? It's not like most or all of the competitive players will be at the in-person YCSs, but not all of them have a priority for like, I'm going to play this remote event, right? Like some of them do, but I think the density of high-level players is a little bit lower, as well as the playing field is just a little bit smaller, which by default just makes them a little bit easier, I think. It doesn't mean that they are easy and don't count, but I do think they are, you know, it's just less rounds, and the density of really good players is just slightly lower, so I think that makes them a little bit less impressive. But the good thing about these kind of questions is that, well, theoretically, you don't have to freaking like care that there's an ongoing debate on, because this is only like the only people that this really affects is people that have a remote top and they want other people to respect it, and they are butthurt about the fact that it's not getting respected or whatever, right? And it's like it's affecting your self-worth of like, oh, it's not a real top and whatnot, and it's like, if you can get over that, right? I feel like it's most of the time it's just an issue you have with your own self-worth. It's like this entire discussion I think is kind of pointless of what counts as a top and what does not count as a top. It's like it shouldn't define your self-worth of as a human being, as like how many events have you topped, how many events have you won, whatever. I just don't think it's a very healthy discussion to begin with, right? It's like it's okay to be proud of your achievements, but then you don't need other people to tell you what's an achievement and what's not. If it's an achievement for you, if you experienced it as a very hard thing, right, topping a remote event or topping whatever event or winning whatever event, if it's an accomplishment to you, then you don't need to like let other people decide on what counts and what doesn't count. If it counts for you, then it's count. Be proud of it. Doesn't matter what other people say about it.
40% feeling that they're not as impressive as an in-person event taught, with a small percent, 4% rather, thinking that they don't count at all. Now, ultimately, in my view, I don't think it's up to any of us to decide whether someone else's remote duel top counts or not. You know, if it counts to them, it counts to them. That's what matters most. Now,
That's easy to say if you have like 830 tops. You see, you say that, but I don't experience it like that, because even I constantly have this, you know, of like comparing myself to other people and whatnot. And especially like a couple years ago, I would constantly go about as like, oh my, like other people have won more YCSs than I have and whatnot. And it's so easy. It's so much easier and so much yeah, it's much easier to focus on the things that other people have done that you haven't done, as opposed to just being happy with what you have achieved and being proud of what you have achieved, right? And I think it's just a more healthy way to go about it. And it is something that even high-level players can struggle with. I can tell you that. That like people will constantly be like, oh, how did this person win a YCS, and so on and so forth. And it's just not a very... I don't think it's a very healthy thing to do. And it's something that I've tried to work on over the years, of like just instead of looking at what other people have achieved more than what I have achieved or whatever, it's just looking at the things that I've done and being proud of the things that I've done. And I don't think it has anything to do with you know, oh, you can only say that if you've reached a certain amount of things. You know, it's just everyone's achievements matter, especially to themselves. They should, right? And even if it's something as simple as winning your first locals, or winning your first regional, or even topping your first locals or topping your first regional, if that's something you've worked for and you've achieved it, then that's something to be proud of, right? And it doesn't really matter what other people say about it. And it also doesn't matter that other people have maybe done more than you, because it's like, you know, it's tough to voice all the things that I feel about this, but it's like, I think it's a very toxic trait to begin with, to always compare yourself with other people as to like, oh, they've done this better than I have, or they've won more than I have, they've topped more than I have. Doesn't really matter, right? Just you make the best out of what you can do, and you are happy. You can be happy with that, right?
Cover some of the cost aspect of this game. So to play this game competitively, the players felt that, you know, it is very expensive. Or
I saw this on Farfa's stream yesterday. That's like, I tuned in for a little bit after at this point. Bro, who answered just right? Who saw the question, to play this game competitively, I believe the cost is, and they said just right. That's crazy. Like, dude, either they were memeing, maybe they were memeing, but like, look, I personally think that the game is definitely expensive. Whether it's too expensive or somewhat expensive, I guess that could depend on your financial situation. I don't think that the game needs to be dirt cheap, but I do think that there's inherently a problem with, especially my biggest gripe with Yu-Gi-Oh right now is the fact that like, it comes down to just very few cards actually that I have a problem with, because I think it's okay if a certain deck is expensive. I think that's like, okay, whatever, right? But it's like specific cards, mainly staples, that are arguably necessary to compete in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like right now it would be Triple Tactics Thrust and Pot of Prosperity. I think those type of cards, they should not have the price tag that they have right now. I think that is the most annoying part, is like telling everyone that wants to build pretty much any deck, right? Any freaking deck, that even if you're looking for a budget option, you're going to have to make so many concessions and your deck is going to be so suboptimal, right? I think a much better way would be to have staples available for much cheaper, and then have specific deck speaks let cards be more expensive, right? Not more expensive than what they are now, but like cards should have value. Konami should make money, right? Don't get me wrong. But I think staple cards should be on the lower end, and like deck cores of like strong decks should be what's more expensive, so that maybe it doesn't even change anything about like what the top tier level decks cost. Maybe the top decks still are expensive that way, right? But you can play a budget option with still most of the staples available, and that can definitely feel like a more viable option than when you have to play like. When you're going for a budget option, you're probably already playing a worse deck, right? You're already playing, I don't know, Trap Tricks, right? You're already playing Trap Tricks, which is already in a hard spot in the format. But then if you already, and then on top of that, you don't have Prosperity and Thrust, you're just like double fucked, right? It's not a very good dynamic, I think. And it also creates a huge barrier of entry because people are like, hey, I want to enter a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament for the first time, but I don't want to do terribly bad. Is there a budget option? And you just have to tell them, well, not really, because even the budget options need X or Y staple card that is currently 30, 40, 50, 60 bucks, right? And I think that's a huge barrier of entry. And it's kind of a problem, right? Because people do use that as an argument sometimes, and it is true that once you have acquired a lot of the staple cards in Yu-Gi-Oh, once you have a collection and you have your thrusts, talents, evenlies, imperms, well, these are not the evenlies and imperms are not huge expensive cards anymore, but they used to be, right? Ashes, same thing, used to start out as a very expensive card. Once you have those cards, it's like new set comes out, you only need to pick up the deck core. And that is usually cheap depending on what deck you're picking up, but most of the time it's reasonable. And you also have pretty much all the budget options available, right? If I have the prosperities, the thrusts, yada yada already in my collection, I can pick up a Trap Tricks deck for $10, right? It's very easy to pivot into a different deck just to try it out, right? You can pick up any deck pretty much for a lot less, right? This is true. But you have to realize that this is probably it should be the other way around, right? It should just be the other way around to have a lower barrier of entry. You should be able to pick up the staples for cheap, and then the specific deck cores, if you want to pick up an entirely new and top tier strategy, that should probably where the money is, right? That's my 2 cents on that. I think that'd be much better.
Somewhat expensive. Again,
also, this is why I wanted to watch this video on stream as well, because I think having a discussion about these things is very interesting. It's just like I like this kind of stuff.
I don't think I think people who say it's not expensive at all, that 0.1% probably trolling. Realistically, this game has been rather expensive for quite a while, especially to play competitively. Has it gotten better or worse in the past year? I don't know if it has been really all that noticeable, but at the very least, it definitely hasn't gone noticeably better. Now, in terms of the level of concern on spending on this game...
Why don't they sell products as cheap as OCG does? Okay, so this also always comes up, right? There's always this comparison to the OCG when we talk about card prices. And yes, the prices in the OCG are a lot more consumer-friendly. I personally don't know what the reason is why we don't do it in the same way. Apparently, Konami thinks that it's either not possible to do it that way, or they think they can make more money if they do it the way they're doing it. Yeah, but I agree with you that it would be better that way. I'm just saying it's like an entirely different, it's an entirely different business model, right? It's an entirely different market. And it's the thing is, that's never going to happen. 99% sure it's never going to happen that they just say, yeah, okay, now we're doing it like the OCG, right? So instead of asking for them to fundamentally change everything, I think if you want to provide constructive criticism, I think it would be suggesting small changes into the right direction rather than just changing the entire system, like, in one day. So even though I agree with what you're saying, I don't think it's very constructive to just say, yeah, the entire thing should be completely different starting tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because it's just not realistic, so it doesn't really help, right?
12% saying
nothing has changed much. I don't think that's true, though. I do not think that nothing has changed if you look back a couple years. I do think, and this is, once again, maybe it's an unpopular opinion because it's not completely shitting on Konami. I do think some stuff has been improving. There's still cards where I think they fucked up, like Thrust. I think it was a major fuck up in terms of like the secret rare. But there's been a couple examples as well where they tried to make stuff not as expensive. Like they had a relatively aggressive reprint policy for a couple cards, like evenly Ash talents and whatnot have been reprinted into the ground last year. Magnamut, even though it was an expensive super rare, but still it was a super rare, right? And that card could have gone crazy if it wasn't a super rare. Like I'm pretty sure they didn't aim for Magnamut to be a $20 card. That's why they made it a super rare. I think they tried to help us out there, but you know, it was that like my two main concerns was really Thrust and Pot of Prosperity, which is like I think those cards should have been lower rarity to begin with. Like those kind of staples, like also back in the day Ash Imperm. I don't think those cards should be secret rares. I really don't like that. It's just like I understand why they're doing it. I really do. But I think they might make a lot of money off of it at first glance when they release a box and they make a card like that secret rare because it's a huge chase card. I get that. But I think in the long run, those kind of decisions actually hurt the game more than they help. Because it also, like, looking at cards like Imperm back in the day was, I think, an $80 secret. Ash was very expensive. For new players, I think these cards are these card prices for cards that you arguably need in almost any deck. I think that is really something that turns people away from this game when they look at a supposedly budget option and it still has cards that are worth this much money because you arguably just need them, right? And so like staple cards that you really need 3 of in a lot of decks, I think those cards going forward should just not be secret rares, period. Seeing the high number of uninformed takes that don't think about the overall game and market is painful. I get what you're saying. It's just like that. That is an issue that every company has to face, is that customers are not always evaluating all of your decisions with perfect knowledge of how the stuff works, right? It's like you need to manage expectations well, and you need to make decisions that even people that aren't super involved with this still can agree to, and still like it's this, because like yes, some people are not very informed about this type of stuff, but they are also allowed to be part of the community, right? And they will automatically still form an opinion. So it's also important to make them feel validated in their opinions.
Very concerning, and 36% saying not at all concerning, and somewhat in between for the 2 other levels of concern. Definitely understandable. It definitely can be a bit of an addicting game for sure, and just at least hopefully you are still taking care of yourself.
My level of concern on the amount of money I spent on this game is very concerning. Look, if you've checked my Twitter this last weekend, you've seen hold up, let me show you what you have seen if you follow me on Twitter last weekend. It fits very well into this question. Very concerning, chat. Let me tell you, very concerning. Very concerning activities. They look nice though. Aren't they nice? God damn, they look nice. And very concerning though.
In terms of, taking care of your rent, utilities, rather than prioritizing Yu-Gi-Oh! Now, in terms of the amount of seal product players purchased in the past month, looks like
they are near
players
mid,
actually did not spend anything at all. Now, some of you may be wondering, you're only asking for the past month, but what if it just happened to be a month where they barely spent anything, or they spent way too much compared to their usual spending? And that's fair, but whenever it comes to these kind of survey questions, the further you go back in terms of recall period, the more, the accuracy becomes a little bit more questionable, and it's very hard to recall accurately. And so I decided...
I will say... I would have never, I remember saying, I think I'm a hypocrite now, because I remember saying I would never own a card like that a couple of months ago. I will say Winning Worlds has changed that situation a little bit, so I would have never done this in a normal circumstance. And I also traded for a lot of it. I gave away some of the expensive stuff that I had, like my Starlight Rare Lina, and some of my some other stuff that I still had. So I didn't actually pay that much money for the stuff that I picked up that weekend.
To cut it off as the most recent months, just so that it is easier to remember. And with Yu-Gi-Oh, they do actually release product pretty much almost every month now at this point, so I felt it was actually still a fair question to ask.
What
now,
time is the collab? The collab with Farfa is about to be in 15 minutes. I still don't know what exactly we're doing, but it's supposed to be in 15 minutes.
Sealed product,
which means the video. Okay, in order to,
I mean, do keep in mind again in terms of our audience that responded to the survey.
My favorite type of sealed product is reprint sets.
So,
easily.
For those of us,
reprint
we definitely like reprint sets like Mega Tins as well as like Battles of Legends sets, just because they give you those expensive staples and kind of provide a better accessibility for those cards. Structure decks are also always nice because oftentimes nowadays those
speed
structure
duel
decks
sets
can be used to become like meta decks, right?
You laugh, but speed duel sets are actually pretty pog. Because they just give you full, all the cards in one product. You don't have to gamba on anything. Like, the speed duel sets are actually broken. The only problem is no one really plays speed duels. But the speed duel sets, in terms of their designs, it goes extremely hard. Because you buy one of those sets, everything in it is guaranteed. Like, literally. There's nothing that is, shorted in speed duel. Nothing is really high rarity. It's glorious. It's very, very good.
Nice to have. And then core, maybe if I split the core side booster sets, the response could have been a little bit different, but nonetheless, the rest of the sets looks like there's not much of a preference. Now let's cover.
The neg is also guaranteed. How is it neg? If you genuinely enjoy speed duel, it's probably one of the cheapest hobbies out there, because they release a new speed duel box every couple of months, and you need to buy 3 of those boxes for how much is one box? 15 bucks, 20 bucks? So you need to spend 50 to 60 bucks every 3 months or some shit, and then you're good. That's it. Everything else you don't need.
Some questions as it relates to Konami and our thoughts on them. And so first question is our attitude.
And then some of the
Konami.
secrets even are expensive.
About half actually felt, it was quite negative or very negative attitude towards Konami. But 42% being around neutral. So
my attitude towards Konami as a company, as it rates to the Yugioh TCG, is very negative, neutral, positive, very positive. Okay.
They do have their flaws, right? Particularly, let's say, communication to the player base. That's always been a weakness of theirs, especially when it comes to ban list announcements. And as well as...
I don't know where I would rank myself. I think it's hard to evaluate Konami as an entire entity, right? I think there's a lot of things with Konami that I associate positively with. There is practices that I associate negativity with. Yeah, it's very hard to give one specific answer for this, right? Because I know that they have a couple of employees that work really hard and care a lot about the game, right? And that's a very positive thing, right? There's a lot of people working at Konami that I have interacted with that I know they want nothing but the best for this game, and that's that. And then there's sometimes the things that they do to make money, which I'm not very happy about. And I don't think are the best for the game in general, so sometimes they do stuff that I view as negative. Overall, it's hard to make a statement on this.
Some short printing as well, and some others. But you know what? I think we should also, despite the flack, we should also give them some credit, or at least maybe a lot of credit, because they did, in fact, are able to keep this game alive for this long and still maintaining a good amount of players participating in tournaments. Now, in terms of...
Right, that's another thing, right? Just the fact that the game has been going on for 20 plus years is impressive in itself, right? And it's something that I am very thankful for.
Pricing at premier level events, this has been a hot topic recently, actually, and a majority of the players do believe that the pricing is very, very low, and I think that's fair, especially when compared to the other TCGs where they actually have pretty good cash price.
That's an easy very low,
pricing, and Yu-Gi-Oh does not have any form of cash pricing, and even the prize cards nowadays, if you could sell it, it has not been going for that high. And speaking of prize cards, essentially I would ask if it should be, a meta-relevant card or something like right now where it's just another plain vanilla kind of card. Most people do believe that it should not be a meta-relevant card. Now, something that was interesting that I saw in some of the comments was that They were asking if I meant meta relevant as in, you know, like an existing staple card, but just printed in some like new.
We've had this
like,
discussion before, Chad. There's
rarity or
literally a
something.
YouTube video on my channel about this. I'm not
I
gonna
never even thought of that. I
go
believe
into
that
it again.
Hasn't happened yet though. What I meant was more so like a new card that's meta relevant, right? Something along the.
Do players get sponsored by Konami to go to Worlds or not? If you qualify, your travel is paid. If that's what you're asking, if you the players that qualify for Worlds get invited and paid their trip for and everything.
Lines of like Minerva or like that Chaos Emperor Pendulum card that honestly came out like maybe I think around 4 years ago as a prize card. So it was still, you know, they were printing like meta relevant prize cards like even pretty recently, but nowadays they're not. But it looks like at least most players feel that they should not be a meta relevant card. Now, in terms of, you know, whether the lack of cash prizing is kind of like causing you to lose interest in playing competitively, it was actually very, very split evenly. I think for most of us, you know, we're not one of those top players that we're traveling to every event, right? And so for us, you know, like the cash prizing probably isn't making much of a difference in terms of whether we participate in these events or not. But for those top players who are committing and traveling and participating in all these premier level events, yeah, I could definitely see why it would definitely cause them to lose some interest. And, you know, they definitely do deserve better prizing in my view. Now, in terms of, you know, the frequency that the Konami releases ban list, over half felt that it's not frequent enough. But you know what? A big chunk at 40% actually do feel that the way.
Bro, the ban list, I don't know how often I've said this already, but I don't care how often we get it. But just tell me when. Tell me when. I need to know whether I can prepare for a YCS or not, whether I, you know, need to, like, I just want to know. Right? Not even, you don't even have to tell me the exact date, right? Don't tell me the exact date, but give me a time frame, right? Within a month. Just say the next one is happening in October or some shit like that. Right? Like the thing is, I do understand some of the reasons that have previously been, you know, discussed as to why they don't want to settle on a specific date, right? I get it. Right, people are saying like, okay, but what if the meta is just fine in like when they say, okay, we do a ban list every 3 months on the dot, right, and then we technically don't need one at a certain point, right, and they committed to making one, but it's not necessary, right, or there's a big problem in the game right now, but they need to like wait until the next date or whatever. Like I get it, it can be awkward, but I think there's so many better solutions to that problem rather than just like, we're not going to tell you when, right? You could just say, hey, we're making a ban list very frequently, like every 2 months. But if there's nothing that needs to be changed, we don't change anything, right? If there's a, like you get a ban list every 2 months, and if everything is fine, they just release a message saying no changes, right? Or only one change, right? Normalize, like they could normalize smaller ban lists or whatever. I actually don't think that in specifically 2023, I felt like most of the ban lists, like there hasn't been too many super bad formats in this year, right? It's been completely fine most of the time. So I think their ban list release schedule is completely okay. Even right now, arguably, it's okay that we don't have a ban list yet because the format is in an okay place. It's not a bad format. I think the problem is mostly communication. I think they need to communicate with us when we're going to get the ban list, why we're not getting a ban list, right? Even right now, I'd be happy, well, semi-happy, but I'd be happier if they just said, I know you guys are expecting a ban list right now, but we've looked at the game and we think it's fine. We're going to wait is to see the impact of Age of Overlord to reconsider a ban list or something. If they drop that message tomorrow, I'd be okay with that. Right, I wouldn't agree with all of it. Right, I would still be like, okay, but how are you saying it's okay when like anti-spell is in the format or whatever? Right, I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but I would very much appreciate a statement like that. Right, so that's that. Right. Farfa Calls in 5 minutes. I know.
Right.
Don't worry.
There's
don't
like
worry.
that tiny fraction thinking that's released too frequently. I'm not. Really
we're not
sure
gonna make it through. We're only halfway through.
Who really want the market to be a little bit more stable? Who knows? But interesting to see. In terms of the frequency of the ban list, optimal frequency rather, most actually believe it should be every 3 months, which is essentially what it is right now. For the most part, they do get released every 3 months. A couple lists prior though, they were actually released in 2-month intervals, which I actually kind of like, but I do think that perhaps if that constantly happens,
I think between 3 and 5 months could be the perfect frequency for like decently large ban lists, right? 3 to 5 months could be like 3 months is sometimes a little bit too fast. 5 months, if there's a big deal, can sometimes, if there's a big problem, tier 0 deck that's way too powerful or whatever, 5 months can feel like it's a little bit too long. But probably 3 to 4 is all right.
Happens, maybe that's not too good either. Whenever you have too frequent ban lists, and it does get a little hard where can you really invest into a deck, or is it just going to be unplayable in like the next 3 months, right?
I do understand that sentiment as well of like, I don't want a ban list every 2 months because how am I ever going to invest in a deck and then it's going to be destroyed a couple weeks after. I understand that.
So there's definitely some pros and cons in terms of the frequency.
And there is a big difference here. There is a big difference here between the TCG and Master Duel, because investing in a deck in Master Duel is different than investing in a deck in the TCG, right? In Master Duel, you get some of your crafting points back, and it's much less. Every deck is the same cost, basically, in Master Duel, unless it has significantly more ultra rares, but like, you know what I'm saying, right? Every card, every ultra rare is the same price. Every super rare is the same price. It's very different than from the TCG, where if I invest into certain cards that are more expensive than others, if they get hit at another ban list, it's like, it's a very different fear that you have, right? I've never been afraid of crafting a deck in Master Duel, because what if it gets hit on the next ban list, right? There's a difference when you do that in a TCG rather than in Master Duel, right?
Had that happen recently as well, and that honestly felt way too long. Hopefully we don't get to that level again. Okay, so now let's cover some questions related to just the Yu-Gi-Oh! Online simulator of choice. And so Master Duel has definitely overtaken as the number 1 by far at 50%.
That's interesting.
Prior to Master Duel releasing about a year and a half ago, it was definitely a dueling book at number 1, at least among competitive players for sure. EDO Pro, YG Omega is still around a similar amount, and Dueling Nexus is also still there. It's definitely, I think, the easiest one to start with.
I mean, I gotta say, my favorite one is Master Duel as well, just because like it's by far my favorite like interface. It's so much more fun. Just looking at the fun of it, I think Master Duel is more fun than all the other like third-party thingies combined. Like I rarely play Dueling Book, and also just like on stream, it's like so much more chill to play Master Duel. Like for streaming, Master Duel is just phenomenal, and it is still a lot of fun, right? The only thing that's still, once again, my only gripe with Master Duel is the fact that I can't test for real life events. That is, in my opinion, the only downside really, is that I can't test on it. And I do like, I would like a testing ground for the TCG. But as a standalone game, I think Master Duel is way better than all the others, for sure.
With in terms of like new Yu-Gi-Oh players, for example, that's how I actually started playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively, at least, or semi-competitively through Dueling Nexus, and a few in the other section, probably referring to something like, let's say, like Duel Links or maybe other Yu-Gi-Oh
Okay,
games.
we have a Farfa collab in a minute. We can finish this later, unfortunately. It's a very good video. I'm going to link you the video in case you want to finish it now. But we do have to call up Farfa in just a little bit. I don't know exactly what we're doing yet. We're saving the subathon content, apparently. Let me see. Let me see what we're doing. Ready. We're math making? We're not math making. By the way, we are still 8 away from the next sub goal. I know all of you have probably spent all of your primes on the Farfa subathon. But you know, your boy's being left behind this month. I actually, no joke, I am feeling the impact of the subathon in terms of like sub numbers and viewer numbers and everything. But it is what it is. Okay, hold up. Farfa is calling. Play Like Maxi, thank you for the prime, and Huge Horses, thank you for the prime as well. There we go. Thank you. Let me just pause the music real quick and enter this call. Hello? Okay, I can't hear you yet. Give me a second. Okay, now I can hear Visa Starfrost. Just slightly, yeah.
Let me turn that down. Hi, is that Emery's teammate?
No, it's not Quantal, unfortunately.
Okay, this is what I'm gonna do, chat. 5 subs. Give us a subject and topic to debate. Me and Josh will hash it out, and we'll argue, and you can pick who the winner is. Okay? All right. Let's just begin.
Oh, we're doing the speed debating. Okay.
Yeah. So, Josh, I'm gonna give you as I wait for a sub to come in, this is the preposition I'm gonna give you. I think Mathmech Circular and cards like that are extremely good for the game. They're very satisfying to pull off, and they make you feel really, really powerful as you do those combos. And I think, for the most part, every deck should have a circular to really balance things out. The way that circular works is that it gives you a long line of combo that lets you play through your opponent's board, but also have good starter cards. So we should have more of them.
Yeah. The fact that you wrote that down is crazy, by the way.
I didn't write anything down. I just
There's
said
no
that
way you
out
didn't read. Yeah, no. You read that. I know your voice. You read that.
Chat, like, there's my desktop right now is a train driving.
No. There's no way you could come up with such madness. This combination of words is something you have to have prepared beforehand. There's
I was thinking about it last night, but sure.
Yeah, I will think about it this night as well. I will keep thinking about it.
All right, we've got another sub in coming in. So we're gonna debate that subject in a second. So just give us a moment as Josh gives us a retort here. Give us the counter argument, please.
Do you want a serious response?
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay. So, Mathmech Circular, huh? I actually.
Yep, Josh wins. Okay. All right, debate over.
No, I actually, like, unironically, it's not even like 30 minutes ago. I played against Mathmech Circular and Master Duel, and I sat here for it must have been 8 minutes because I didn't draw a hand trap. And I watched them do the entire Adignister combo and then go for a rank 4 to search Mathmech Circular and then go for the entire Mathmech combo after. And then I drew Maxi for turn and then I surrendered. And I feel like that's how every game goes where Mathmech Circular is being activated. And I don't think any one card should... I don't think...
That's every combo deck, Josh.
Okay, name any other one card combo that makes you do that.
Sunseed Circular.
Yeah, that shit should be banned too. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Let's go with I have 5 subs from Diabeto. Thank you. All right. This subject is he is asking TCG, Yu-Gi-Oh, or Pokemon, which is superior and better? Now we're gonna mix it up here, Josh, because I started last time.
Okay.
Now you're going to give your argument first. So we're gonna keep swapping.
And we have to be opposed to each other, right? Like even if you say
exactly.
Okay.
So the person who goes second has to argue against, and you have to try come up with your best argument.
All right. I guess I'm okay. I think the Pokemon trading card game does a lot of things very, very well. Like
you can't be media. You have to go.
Okay. Okay. I think the superior game is Yu-Gi-Oh, obviously. Even though Pokemon has a couple of advantages, like it's easier to learn for newer players, but that's pretty much it. The game is incredibly simple. Yu-Gi-Oh is very complex, which, you know, is partially why we like it so much, right? I do understand how that is, you know, a barrier of entry to some people, but I don't think a low barrier of entry doesn't necessarily have to be a super, super good thing. I think it's, for Yu-Gi-Oh specifically, it's something that I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh players are very, very adamant about the fact that their game is so complex, and it is a big factor as to why people really like it. And the Pokemon trading card game, I think it speaks for itself that like most of the people that buy the product just do it to collect rather than to play, because it's just a little bit too simple for my liking.
Okay, well, and that's exactly why you're wrong. Pokemon is the best and superior trading card game because of the fact of its simplicity, new player friendliness, the products, because of how easy it is to pick up a deck as a meta deck and just jump straight into the game. It's very much proven by the fact that it is the bigger game, the more popular game, and it's doing well in every aspect. Have you been to Pokemon Worlds? I mean, Look at that shit. You know what I'm saying? Have you been to Yu-Gi-Oh Worlds, Josh? No, you haven't. So obviously your comparison is going to be a lot different to the average person.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know how to like tell Yu-Gi-Oh players their game is worse, right?
No, I think the problem is that in this case, I think we're both right.
I mean,
Because like
I guess, yeah.
the entire like, oh, this game is better because it's just toxic. I think both have their pros and cons, and both are good for their own reasons. But I guess for the purpose of this debating thing, we have to take a stance, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So I guess you've had me had me against the ropes here. So
Yep.
I'm waiting for more subs to come in, but now we get to go on to the next round. So now you have to argue against my point.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Block Dragon is the worst card ever made for Yu-Gi-Oh! It is so
don't make me do this.
Broken and powerful that there is no way one singular card should have that much power concentrated in itself. It's far too much. Being able to search 3 names and then go off of just a single resolution in the graveyard, and then the multiple special summon abilities to give you lots of link climbing and fodder. Block Dragon is arguably one of the most powerful monsters ever printed, and it should stay banned. Josh, why am I wrong?
You are out of your mind. That card is the most well-designed card. That card was printed in 2015 and didn't see play for 5 years because it's so bad and so fair. And it's very, very skill rewarding because it's very tough to play with yourself for very, very long. It's like you're almost isolated, like socially. It's very tough, right? Like playing an Adamantipator combo from start to finish is insanely hard because you're going to be like, yeah, you're isolated basically from the rest of the world for a very long time. And that is not something that everyone can do. And I think that you should be rewarded with searching as many rock monsters as possible, even. Like, I'm arguing 3 is probably too, like, few. They should make Block Dragon 2. Yeah. Also, stepping on Legos is also the best feeling in the world. So I think you're an idiot for saying Block Dragon should be banned. Yeah.
Oh god. All right. Chad, we're down to 3 subs. Okay, come on. This is speed debating. We need to get some topics rolling. All right. Josh, it's your turn to make me disagree with you.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you do you have a subject in mind?
I don't.
Okay. All right.
I thought you were gonna. I thought Chad was supposed to.
Yeah, I've got one coming in from Reggie here. So why Warrock is the best deck ever made? You have to give the first argument.
Okay, so this is tough, because I may have never read a Warrock card before.
There's no way.
No, I actually don't.
Okay.
But they look like they're very powerful. And I think that's enough. That's actually all I know about them.
So wait, so what's your argument?
I don't know. I don't know any Warrock cards. Wait, I need to.
They look powerful. Is that your argument?
No, wait. Am I supposed to make them look good? No, I can make them look whatever I want, right?
You're supposed to. So the subject is why Warrock is the best deck ever made. So you can. So you have to put down the argument first.
But do I have to be pro?
Well, you can be anything you want. I just have to be the opposite.
Okay, no, yeah, okay. Warrock sucks. I don't even know what they do. Like, I've never ever in the history of being a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player was I ever forced to look at those cards effects because they are so irrelevant. Period.
So this is very typical of these meta top tier competitive players that are so arrogant and filled with ego because they got carried to Worlds by 2 other teammates that they think that just because they've never read another deck or another archetype that it's bad and that it isn't even worth looking at. So I think this is really a symptom of the problem of the competitive player base, and I think that you are really, really projecting your own insecurities against this.
Yeah, you're right. I should really read all 12,000 Yu-Gi-Oh cards or whatever it is right now.
I mean, when you built Runic Sprite and then you put Mannequin Cat in your deck, you probably did read like 2,000 level 2 monsters.
No, I actually did. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. All right. We've got like 3 subjects lined up here. Come on, chat. Mods, do something. Mods, what's the next topic? Wait, so what are we deciding, chat? Who won that argument? That was mine, right?
I think so.
Yep. Oh, you got me on Discord. Okay, all right. Let's see. Next one is so we did Pokemon vs. You. Okay, and now Makanko. All right, so I'm going to posit the argument that Makanko is the worst archetype, or rather, a very, very bad archetype.
Mhm.
It's not very good. It's not very skill based. You basically are involved with summoning one giant monster to your opponent's field, reflecting the damage onto yourself, and that's about it. You have about 3 or 4 moves. You couldn't get Nibiru if you tried. The targeting and destruction protection is everything that deck offers, which is exactly what noobs need to get carried because their cards just exist and they can't be interacted with in any shape or form. Makanko is a really bad and poor deck because it loses to any sort of clapback or your opponent going second.
All right. I think Mikankos are based. I think the Mikanko is. Yeah, no, I'm not done. It's technically I already won, but I'm still gonna finish. You don't need to already concede the game before I had my fun, right? Okay, so
yeah, that's fine.
Mikanko is kind of cool because you can. It's kind of like the fun version of Numeron. It's like the fun little brother of Numeron, where instead of just summoning the kaiju to your opponent's field and then activating one card and immediately winning the game, it's like you summon the kaiju to your opponent's field and then you still have fun after. There's like multiple steps instead of just slamming down one stupid card and winning the game. It actually makes you work for the OTK going second. And also, on top of that, one of my favorite things is that you get to play the Mikanko cards in other strategies as well. They are not just like pigeonholed into that like blind second OTK strategy as you make it sound, because you can actually play like Ohime as a level 6 extender in all kind of strategies. I've actually summoned Beatrice today by summoning Ohime in tier limits in Master Duel, so that's cool. The Libromancer deck was incredibly cool, and I think the possibilities Mikanko offers to the game, I actually found very, very enjoyable and very fun once they released it.
All right. Well, I think we've decided what it's going to be. So, yeah, very good. You've taken it. You are now beginning with the subject line of. I'm just gonna have to make one up here as we're waiting for more to come in. Jane, have you haven't given a subject yet, have you? I'm waiting for someone here. All right. Let me think. Your argument, your topic is. Floodgates are good for the game. Yep, you have to argue that. Wait, no, that doesn't work because you get to get the good argument first.
Yeah,
Shit.
no, you would not enjoy that.
All right, okay. The World's Points, World's Points. The World's Points tournament is a good system. Yeah, there you go. You can start with that.
Okay. Well, I would argue
Let's go specifically the tournament. Having everything dedicated to one single tournament after a year is a good thing. There you go.
Well, it's a very good thing judging from what we've had in the past, right? Because in the past it's been only Euros, which was even more variance, and now having a way, even if the chance that you qualify for Worlds is small at the end of the year, having a way to work towards that during the year is very, very good for competitive players, because you get to dedicate to the hobby and collect points and be rewarded at the end of the season by having a higher chance to qualify for Worlds, even if it is only a slight chance to qualify, but it's a much bigger chance to, as opposed to just going through the European Championship main event. And even like honestly, from the competitive player's perspective, you even take the 5% chance to qualify for Worlds because it's such a big deal. So having the opportunity to grind a full year to have a 5% chance to go into Worlds is still something we gladly take.
Yeah, so I think it's wrong and a bad system because you have to put so much time and effort traveling around to all of these different German regionals, which it's expensive to fly there if you're not German. So I'm glad that the German national championship too, that happens regularly the past couple of years at the European Championship, has been working out for our German Worlds competitors. But if you don't have any, if you spend all of this time and effort and money traveling around Germany to get your Worlds points, you end up in a situation where you have everything concentrated into your last and final event. And if you do badly or get unlucky, even for just 2 games, then you're out and you've just thrown a whole entire year away. They should expand Worlds and probably have it to be the size of a YCS, so that all you really need is like a Nationals invite and you should be able to go to Worlds. I think that would be a far superior system. And obviously that would be really expensive for Konami, paying for all of the hotels and flights for 1,200 people or something. But in the end, it would be pretty good for the average player. So I think I win this argument because I'm basically inviting all of you to Worlds. Am I right, chat? Okay. Next subject, and I get to start this one. Maxi is one of the worst cards ever printed in the history of the game. Maxi is a card that is really bad for Yu-Gi-Oh! And basically debilitates and gives a extremely one-sided angle of victory for anyone who plays it. The card is particularly toxic going first, after you've done your combo and your opponent has done barely any interruptions. Now they have to contend with your field and Maxi in your hand. The card is completely unsalvageable. There's no limitation or semi-limitation of Maxi that'll help it. The card needs completely destroyed and redesigned from the ground up. It doesn't stop combo decks because combo decks still top regardless. It just puts you in a situation of better have it. It forces you to play like 6 other cards in your deck just to be able to counter it. I think Maxi is the worst thing that's ever happened to Yu-Gi-Oh! Josh, why am I wrong?
Yeah, ain't no way you just uttered that. So the Maxi, how am I supposed to beat these stupid ass combo decks, right? Without a card like Maxi in the game, right? How am I supposed to go second against these 10-minute make 5 Omni Negate decks that everyone plays in Yu-Gi-Oh these days, right? Yu-Gi-Oh is all about making 5 Omni Negates. And how am I supposed to beat that without Maxi, right? How I can't beat those decks without Maxi. So we need it. We need it in the game. It's very healthy. It punishes people that play way too many like special summons. You know, I'm more of a normal summon kind of guy, right? So I think these people should be. Why do they think they are so special, anyways, to do that many special summons? I think they should be punished for special summoning that much, and it heavily balances out the fact that, like, you know, going second is way too hard in Yu-Gi-Oh these days, and yeah, I think you need Maxi to have a chance when you go second.
This is great because the YouTube video of this is just going to be only you speaking, but having to argue these points.
Yeah, no,
So,
all of the I think my chat is like clipping out of their minds right now.
yeah, just get them out of context. All right, one second, I need to get the door.
Okay, chat, this is not going well. This is not going well for me. The out of context clips are going to ruin my streaming career. It's crazy. I'm losing all my reputation. Normal summon Andy. Someone give 3 subs debating why Emre is the real world champion. Emre is the real world champion. What do you mean? Not even Jesse Cotton could stop Emre from becoming the world champion. So what's your argument?
Nom 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 nom. Yeah. All right. What do we got next? What's cooking?
All right, I get to go first.
You get to go first. Yeah. Why Invoked deserves support, or I guess not deserves support?
Well, Invoked.
Got any strong Invoked opinions, Josh?
I actually don't, but let me make one up. I think Invoked deserves support because it's always been the definition of a relatively fair and balanced deck. At least in 2017 or 2018, it was a part of the format, but it was never like too strong or anything. A lot of people enjoyed it because it was relatively simple but still powerful. It gave people a good way to enter the game, right? And I think these days Invoked is kind of outdated, but giving them an updated version so that they could, you know, compete in 2023 Yu-Gi-Oh, but still maintaining like that simplicity from back in the day could actually be very healthy for like potentially budget players or newer players, leading them into the game without creating a deck that's like too toxic or unbeatable for anyone else, right? It's always been like, if you know how to beat Invoked, you probably could relatively consistently beat it. But it would be a good way for people to enjoy the game as like a more casual, budget-friendly way.
Okay, well, I think you're wrong. Konami's way of supporting older decks and giving legacy support tends to be quite bad. Generally, what we've seen is we'll get like, a field spell that adds a boss monster that negates. Oh, wait, Invoked already has that. So where do you really go next in terms of the power level? What type of possible support are we really going to get from Invoked? Maybe, I guess you could argue some sort of like Alistair Circular from the hand that specials and sends an invoked fusion from debt and then does things like maybe that's the solution. Perhaps that's the support we would get if Konami designed legacy support for invoked, is we would just have Alistair Circular. So overall, my argument is no, I don't think we should get support, especially for one of the most outdated and boring decks. It's not really degenerate or annoying or anything. It's just holy crap. I'm so sick of seeing that normal summon idiot after Ash Blossoming in the field spell and they drew it, or you Ash Blossom the Alistair and they drew the invoked. And now with Josh's idea of like good support, not only do you Ash the Alistair or the field spell, you have to wait for the Alistair Circular that you need to like Ash. Oh wait, no, because it sends for cost or something probably. So yeah, you can't even stop it like that. I'm getting mad at a card I just made up. That's my argument.
Your argument also was every archetype should have a circular, no?
Well, no, listen, we're going subject to subject. You can't quote me like that. Listen, that's metagaming. All right. What do we have here? Okay. Unchained is not good enough in the OCG. You follow Road to the King, right? I'm sure you know what you're talking about here.
Do I go? No, you go first, right?
Do I?
I just went first with Invoke.
Fuck, I don't know what to say. Yeah, so Invoked isn't very good in the OCG because they have Maxi, and because of that, Unchained being such a crazy turn one insane combo deck of setting a trap and passing on a link, it's too much for the deck to handle. It's absolutely crazy. There's so many roaches running around that the deck is just incapable of playing through the card, and so it's kept in check. Which goes back to our previous argument of why Maxi is a good card, I guess. So I guess you did win that one. Yeah, no. Yep.
No, Invoked is actually incredibly broken in the OCG right now. The problem is they don't know about it. They are playing tier limits since 1986 or some shit, and they refuse to read any new cards that enter their game. Perfect example is the Naturia cards at Worlds, where they met them for the first time and didn't know what was going on. I think they feel the same way about the Unchained cards. The only Unchained card they know is the one card they play in Labyrinth sometimes. Every other Unchained card they are simply unaware of, and once they discover their power, and once in like 15 years when they stop playing tier limits, they will maybe try it out and realize it's actually the best deck in the OCG right now.
Yeah, cool. Those were words indeed. I concede to that one. All right. It's November 2014. You're preparing for YCS Madrid. Which deck are you bringing? BA or Shadal, and why?
Well, you're bringing Shadal because that deck ended up winning the YCS, and I think winning a YCS is a pretty good reason to bring a certain deck to a tournament.
Is that your whole argument?
That's my argument, yeah.
Okay, cool.
And I'm the only person that gets to make that argument.
Sure, that makes sense. Well, I would say that Burning Abyss is probably the superior choice for YCS Madrid 2014. Now, I think like maybe the deck wouldn't be good if hypothetically, you could just fuse into Shadal Construct using a Collapse Serpent. Then okay. I guess.
Nah, okay, no, okay. I'm also the only person you get to say that against. Okay, yeah.
I guess Shadal Construct is probably like the best monster you could summon to a dark. So in that case, I would concede that I would play Dolls instead of Burning Abyss.
It was not two darks. It was not two darks. You're spreading misinformation.
Wait, wasn't it?
No, it was a light and a Shadal.
And I thought it was a Collapse Serpent and a Shadal.
Yeah, but it was a light, a Shadal, and a Color Serpent.
But that's not, you can't make Construct like that. Wait, am I being dumb?
No. It was Construct plus Color Serpent. So there was a Light and there was a Shadow. But there was also a Color Serpent.
I can't tell. Are you doing a bit, or do I actually not know how you summon Construct? Like,
Both.
okay.
There was a
anyway.
Light. Look, you'll get there. There was a Light, there was a Shadow, and there was a Color Serpent.
So, right, okay. It's a 3 material construct.
No, it was only 2 monsters.
Right.
It was a Construct and a Color Serpent. And
why
the Construct.
did you play Shadow for that event? Was it like why?
No, it was clearly the best deck. What do you mean?
Decks suck. Did you play the trap card Shadow Game?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that deck was ass, dude.
That deck was so based. What do you mean?
Josh, that's the worst deck you've won an event with.
Okay. You go and win a YCS with double Cyclone in your main deck, and then you talk to me, okay?
Okay, legit. Actually, I want to know. Tell me a deck that you've played that you've won an event with that was worse than that Shadal deck.
Well, that was my first one. Of course, my deck 3 years later was better than that.
Right. Okay. So you are saying it is your worst deck.
Yeah, I'm saying that.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Just concede the point. It's fine, Josh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Next point. Outgrinding with fewer negates or full negates versus hand trap match. I don't understand it either, but
yeah,
you know.
no, I don't get it. What's the point?
But you're going first, so you
okay.
need to,
Read me those words again.
Outgrind with fewer negates or full negates versus hand trap match.
Okay. So
This is the most literate Farfa viewer, by the way.
I think I get what they're saying. I personally think games involving a grind game are much better Yu-Gi-Oh because they go back and forth, so they typically go longer. They're a lot about resource management, and they just the fact that both players get to play on their turns doesn't make it as like games that are super dependent on drawing specific hand traps are basically decided on the first player's turn before the second player has really had any chance to have an impact on the outcome of the game, right? Because you don't get to make any decisions on the hand taps you draw. It's not like you get it was like, oh, it was stupid of you not to draw Ash Blossom, right? There's no skill involved in just comparing your opening hands, whether your batch of hand traps stops your opponent's full combo. So I always prefer formats where the end boards are leading into a grind game and not just auto win end boards that need to be stopped by hand traps.
I think that's a good point, but still incorrect. I think the best formats and the best games of Yu-Gi-Oh! Are the ones that involve a lot of heavy-hitting combo decks and a lot of powerful monsters. Like, for example, Circular Math Mech. I don't know if you know that one. That one's pretty popular.
Block Dragon, maybe.
Your Block Dragon, those kind of cards, like they tend to be like the most enjoyable formats and the ones that make the most sense to interactive, well, not really interactive gameplay, but more fun gameplay. Yes, there might not be as much interaction, but it's a lot more enjoyable, I think, because even if you lose the dice roll, you get to spend that time with your opponent comboing off, deciding and thinking about your side deck, so you can really like accurately pinpoint exactly what cards you're picking in and out.
Yeah.
So it's a good little refreshing time.
Yeah. It's important to get your head clear, right? Yeah.
All right. Next one. I'm going first. So, prize support in Yu-Gi-Oh is fine, but specifically prize cards. Prize cards, I think, should be really powerful meta-defining cards. It's really unfair that you put in so much time, effort, and work to winning an event and doing, your absolute hardest for like weeks to like beat, potentially thousands of other players to be rewarded with like what is worse than a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Prize cards should be really powerful, should be meta staples. They should be like, things you can search potentially, extra deck monsters you can access, just, a link to that does absolutely everything. Because in the end, the best players deserve the best rewards. And I don't know how you can be rewarded better than having a card that's absolutely broken. So prize cards should be really, really powerful. And I just realized I was supposed to argue that in reverse. Fuck.
I just realized you took the most delusional take ever, even though you decided to go first. So thank you for the free win, I suppose. Because freaking meta relevant price cards are the worst shit ever, because in order to actually compete or play the best deck, you need to spend like upwards of 1,000 euros for a single Yu-Gi-Oh card, which is not something that anyone should be forced to ever pay. It would probably be more these days if you look at the prices of price cards. Like freaking another verse Dragon Super Rare is like 600 plus or whatever. Imagine that card was actually necessary for top tier decks. That is a crazy thing to want. I understand wanting better price support for Yu-Gi-Oh players, but having meta relevant cards, like having the price card be meta relevant, is not the way, because it's absolutely horrible, and it creates a super toxic environment where if the card is actually super strong, like the player to win a certain YCS would be super likely to just snowball and do super well at the next YCS. That's literally how it was back in the day with freaking Crush Card Virus. Like people would win a Crush Card Virus, and that would like help them to top more events than anyone else because they had Crush Card Virus and everyone else didn't. So yeah, that is absolutely delusional.
Damn, that sucks. I messed that one up. Okay, so
Okay.
Josh defending. Okay, I guess they're giving you your point here. Josh
Okay.
Josh defending Runic Stun being the best variant of Runic Stun.
Okay. Okay, I'll play along. Runic Stun is the best way of Runic because it is actually how the deck was ever, like that's how the deck was designed, right? If you're playing Runic in a way where you're not trying to deck your opponent out every game and stopping them from playing the game completely, you're cringe. You should pair Runic with as many floodgates as you can fit, because it also just has amazing synergy, right? You get Hugin to protect your floodgates. You use your floodgates. Yeah, you use your floodgates to stop your opponent from playing, and then you don't even need another win condition because your runics are simply going to deck them out. It's amazing.
No, I don't. I'm gonna give you this one. Yeah, I agree.
Also, my
no, you're
headphones
completely
died.
right. I
They
just
couldn't
want to
take
hear
it.
you say
Hold
it
up.
again. What's the best variant of Runic? Sorry. What was the best variant? It's not Sprite, is it? Sorry, are we having internet problems? I just want you to, Josh.
Can you still hear me? Yeah, I think you can. Give me a second. My headphones died.
Wait, unironically? Wait, what the fuck? I thought he was doing a bet.
I have returned. Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was saying that I actually concede my point here. You're right. Can you remind me again what your main point? Sorry, just say it. So, what was the best version of Runic?
Runic Stun is the superior version of Runic. Everyone else is cringe.
Okay, there you go. All right, there you go. Josh's chat should clip that. All right. So, Arise Heart is good for the game. I guess I'm going first here. I think Arise Heart is probably one of the worst monsters ever printed, at least boss monsters. It is the most frustrating experience ever to be staring down sometimes an indestructible, but a large 30/30 monster beat stick that has a quick effect, banish your cards face down, and the bonus special ability of continuously removing from play every single card that is sent from the graveyard. That just by itself mechanically shuts down every single deck in Yu-Gi-Oh! And that card should have. It shouldn't even be banned. It should have some sort of teleportation transmission device through time to go back and find the person who designed it, and remove it from the existence of the blueprints, because that is how ridiculous a Rise Heart is. And now, why am I wrong?
You're wrong, because a Rise Heart is pretty well designed in the sense that it doesn't, like, the entire Kashtira archetype, honestly, does not revolve around negating any of what your opponent is trying to do, which is in general leading to a very back and forth metagame right now. If you're observing the current meta carefully, you'll see that most decks are actually quite interactive, and we get to play like super old school cards like Book of Moon again, simply because the format is super like revolving around these little micro interactions.
Can I just say your argument for Arise Heart being good is because you can out it? Like, what is this
No,
argument?
no.
Arise
It's because
Heart's good for the game because you can book it. Come on, what is this?
I'm not saying you can't book it. I'm saying the overall, and by the way, off topic, this is actually how I feel in terms of, like, I'm not saying it's a well-designed card, but the format that Kashtira encourages is actually quite healthy and back and forth, because it's like Kashtira as a whole is like a super mid-range type of deck where its end board almost like bearing the lock 5 that it did, like Kashtira these days literally has no end board that makes you not able to play the game, right? There's no end board of Kashtira that you look at and you're like, oh shit, I can't play the game before even looking at my hand, right? It's like there's so many combo decks in the history of Yu-Gi-Oh that made a board or a hand loop or whatever, where if you like you only need to look at what your opponent is doing and you already know you're not going to have a chance, right? And Kashtira does not do that. And that is partially because Arise Heart as a boss monster does have its toxic traits, but it's way less toxic than what we've had in the past.
Unbelievable. Absolute apologist. We have an absolute fucking apologist here. Look at this. All right. Master Rule 6. What is this issue? Master Rule 6. Oh, right. Yeah, I was thinking of the revisions. So the new one, I guess, hypothetically. The new Master Rule 6, Josh, you have to argue that it should allow for normal and just trap cards to be used from the hand.
Okay. Well, that would change the game fundamentally, but it would be in a very healthy and interactive manner, right? It would just basically, one of the biggest gripes I have with specifically hand traps is the fact that they are usually they are kind of like, they are trap cards, but you can use them from the hand, but they are much weaker in order for you to be able to do that, right? It's like the effect of an Ash Blossom can't be compared to like the actual effect of a real trap card. Real trap cards are usually a lot stronger. And so trap cards being activatable from the hand would actually change the game to a much more interactive piece. You know, I would love to debarrier my branded opponent on the first turn of the game. That would be phenomenal, because certain strategies, you know, should not exist in the current iteration, right? My branded opponent should not be able to do all this off of just one branded fusion. Also, if you think about it, debarriering branded on their first turn is just the same as ashing them. So what's the difference?
Yeah, what is the difference? Okay. Yeah, that is a very extremely unhinged take. There's a reason that Red Reboot was banned. And to make that card unlimited again, basically in the form of other trap cards that work in similar ways but don't specifically have their text say you can use this from your hand, would be very, very crazy and weird. So that's just an all-round bad opinion and definitely wouldn't be like good for the game. But I would kind of be willing to make an exception for the debarrier interaction, especially against branded player. That one I'm okay with.
Nice, we agree.
All right. We agree. All right, chat. I hope you enjoyed that, and I hope you got lots of clips and out of context bits from Josh there. So that's really cool. Yeah, that was long for speed debating, but we got it done. Thank you for joining, Josh, as always.
No worries.
And yeah,
are we playing Among Us together later?
I don't know. I was letting Herman set it up. So
yeah, no, he asked me, but are you in it? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, it's for the subathon. So
okay,
unironically playing Among Us together. That'll be funny.
All right.
Yeah, so he's in charge of it. So if he asked you instead to play, then yeah, I guess we will be.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, thanks for having me, and I will. Yeah, I'll murder you later. All right.
All right. See you later.
See you. Bye bye. Okay. That was fun. That was fun. Don't take any of those clips out of context, please. Surely none of y'all would ever do that, right? You got so much hate from the Farfa chat on your take on Kashtira. Okay, let me reiterate, because that was kind of fast paced. I didn't really have time to iterate over that, because I do think Arise Heart is a terribly designed card. Arise Heart is a terribly designed card. However, Kashtira as a whole, I'm tired of it, but I still felt like the last couple formats with it were actually not the worst, which is a very low bar, I guess, for a format. They were pretty fine. They were pretty fine, because I felt like as long as you didn't play a deck that completely died to a Rysart, right? Which of course it gatekept some decks, no questions asked. It did gatekeep a lot of graveyard decks, right? But I do think Kashtira as a whole, despite me being tired of it, I think it was a fine environment overall, because it was a very solvable problem. It was a problem, but it was a very solvable problem, right? As opposed to like when because I'm looking back as like people are comparing it, when people say it's the worst card ever printed, right? People say it's the worst card ever printed, and I just can't help but think of like other decks in the past where I'm like, no, that shit was so much worse, right? You got full Gookie comboed, Adamancipator comboed, or whatever. There was no, like, one Book of Moon saves you from a Rysart. That's what I'm saying. No one card saved you from getting Gookie comboed or Spiral full comboed or like turn skipped by whatever. Danger FTKs, whatever, right? It's just like, you know, yeah, I'm calling it Gookie. I don't know why. I've always called it Gookie, all right? Stop it. It's the goo and it's key, right? Gookie. Anyways, what were I saying? I think a Rysart is not a very well designed card, but Kashtira as a whole, I think, is very far from the worst design in Yu-Gi-Oh's history, right? Like very, very far. I think there's whenever you have these discussions, it's people have insane amounts of recency bias, right? They will be like, currently, I'm sitting in front of an Rysart and I don't like it. This must be the worst card ever printed. But when you think about that for a second, that is 100%, that is not true, right? That is not true. So that's all I wanted to say, basically, in that at that point. So I don't think it's actually a well-designed card, but I think comparing it to some of the worst cards out there ever printed, I think is crazy. Like, because it's not that bad. It's really not that bad. Also, we did hit a sub goal. We did indeed hit a sub goal, so let us celebrate that. Thank you so much for all the subs that we got during that. Appreciate every single one of you. Once again, I can't say this enough. We've hit 1,100 subs again. Thank you so much for the continued support of the channel. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content enough to support. Also, good afternoon, Quantal. The world champion is in chat. How is Cancun? Good, sir. How are you doing? Also, Quantal is also a Giga Chad because Quantal has organized the new Time Wizard playmat for me. He's bringing it for me to Dortmund. I've tweeted about it a couple days ago. I don't know if we've talked about it on stream, but look at this beauty of a playmat. Look at this beauty of a playmat. God damn. And I'm gonna have it. I'm gonna have it. Quantal has picked it up for me. Phenomenal. Truly a world champion. Truly a world champ difference. Only Cats, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate the prime. What card is that? That is Super Nimble Mega Hamster. And the fact that you asked that was not based. The fact that you had to ask that was not based. Okay. Anyways, let us finish this video. Of course, I finished my food by now, but this is interesting. I wanted to finish it.
In terms of how long players actually play on these simulators, most looks like, you know, anywhere between less than 3 hours or 4 to 10 hours per week. There is a small percent playing 30 plus hours.
Nimble Sprite with Ninja Mosquito is in Master Duel. I saw that this morning, actually. I saw that the Shadow Mosquito now is in Master Duel. We're going to experiment with that at some point.
Per week, that's essentially like a full-time job at that point. So, you know what? Okay.
I know it's an Edison card, but I've only been playing for 2. Yeah, don't worry. I was just joking. It's one of my favorite cards. That's why I said that.
Committed there. So now let's cover some favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Online content from, you know, let's say YouTube or Twitch. And so the number one, again, is actually series videos. This essentially refers to something like, let's say, the most
favorite
normal
type
being
of
like
content
series by
that is one thing I'm lacking. I need a series, dude. I need something that's like recurring, you know, because like YouTube content is kind of just like, you know, I see myself as mainly a Twitch streamer, and then YouTube content is like just kind of on the side, right? We just make videos out of whatever happens. I feel like a recurring series could be pretty interesting. We'll see.
Is of course sparked interest in terms of, you know, creating all kinds of different series out there. You know, Master Saga, there's like also Duel Night, so lots of really great Yu-Gi-Oh series content out there. Deck profiles definitely has always been probably traditionally the most common kind of content in Yu-Gi-Oh, and there's just so many other different kind of content. Like stream highlights is actually quite high now. You know, dueling book replays, let's say like the DB Grinder, for example. Meme videos, I guess that's a lot of things that Farfa does actually. Combo guides, lore is also really interesting to me as well, and a bunch others, and a bunch in the other category. Now let's cover the favorite YouTube/Twitch content creators online. And so we're going to cover top 15, and we're going to start with 15th, Nim.
Gage.
Of course, well known for a lot of his, you know, let's say sealed only, like very high quality vlog content, and, you know, great to see him posting a lot of videos again. We also have Lithium, tied for 15th,
what's up, guys?
very well known for the Cross-Bandless Cup, and also essentially, you know, anytime any new cards are announced, I think you kind of flock towards Lithium's channel to learn what the new combos are going to be. Next, we have Pac, and so of course a very good player and a very good person. So, you know, provides really strong competitive content that you should certainly follow him. He's obtained a lot
Josh
of
Ware. I will preface that I have seen this on Farfa's stream yesterday, so I know where I know where we are.
Kind of similar to Nim kind of started.
Yeah, I've seen this.
You know, it's kind of like a sealed only kind of series, but just called.
So I'm not gonna act all surprised.
Really high quality content. Also provides a lot of combo videos as well. At least as it relates to Branded, for example. So really fun to watch. And then we also have Hardleg Gaming. Recently, I think he's more so known for the Chaos Drafts, basically, you know, just picking a card from all the different variety of packs throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history and dueling, and not really sticking to kind of like the meta, right? So
Josh first? There's no way you expect me to be first, right? There's no way.
We have the Duelogs, which perhaps is a little poetic because he is known for his top 10s. Really highly edited videos, and if there was a contest for like the smoothest voice among YouTubers, I think this guy might be it. And then next we have Rada, who's very well known for, you know, like let's say his archetype archives, you know, going over these archetypes in depth, but also combined with his sense of humor. And then we have the DB Grinder, so really good for competitive content in terms of replays. I watch his videos a lot. Basically, I find if you're like me, who doesn't have a lot of time to watch,
I'm surprised by this.
A lot. What I do is actually I just watch a ton
no
of
offense,
DB
100%. I think DB Grinder makes good content, but I was surprised that he was this mainstream. I think this has something to do with the audience for the survey, I think.
Videos on like 2x speed just to kind of catch up. It's almost kind of similar to like cramming for a final exam during school. Really helpful if you're kind of in like
DB Grinders. See, the thing is, I think DB Grinder is not very entertaining, but he's not trying to be entertaining, right? If someone is watching DB Grinder to be entertained, I think that's the wrong approach, right? People are watching DB Grinder just to stay in touch with what's going on in the metagame, right? I think that's all, and that's valuable content, right?
Next we have tied for 7th, fellow Torontonian Kevin Distant Coder. Really congrats. He recently hit the 100k mark at the time of recording this video, so, you know, huge congrats to him for his accomplishments.
DB Grinder unintentionally very funny. Yeah, I saw the video where he tried to pronounce different shit. It's great. It's phenomenal.
You know, exploding
the oh homie. We still use the oh homie. If in case you're wondering, me calling Mikanko Ohime the oh homie still dates back to a DB Grinder video. Like literally, that was a DB Grinder video we watched on stream, and he called it "Oh homie" on accident, and we've been saying that to this date. It's hilarious.
And then also tied at 7th is Simo, of course. You know, as I mentioned earlier, he is the creator of the Progression series, kind of like a pioneer of sorts of like all the kind of different series content that exploded afterwards from that. And so, you know, a big YouTube name for quite some time now, and most recently providing content on Master Duel Masochist, also a very fun series to watch. And so now let's just cover the top 5 content creators in a little bit more detail. And so we're actually going to start off with DZev. So the Alter Guy Squad himself, more recently known for his Master Saga as well as Master Roulette in terms of kind of like more draft-based, you know, Master Duel gameplay content. Really fun to watch, and also has been traditionally known to provide a lot of commentary in terms of, let's say, like certain decks or certain cards, you know, why they're good, why they're not good. So definitely well-deserved, and congrats to you, Doug. Next, we have Luke Von Karma. So I'm going to be honest, I don't follow Twitch content at all in general, so I'm a little bit lacking in that regard in terms of content knowledge, but I do know he's also on YouTube, and he's actually been exploding quite a bit, actually, and so provides like really, really funny Master Duel content, so definitely go check him out. Next, we have Joshua Schmidt.
Unironically, I was surprised by that, and I just want to say thank you guys so much, because when I saw people like Simo, Deezev, Coder pop up in the thingies, I was like, okay, we're probably not even in it. We're probably not even in it, because how there's no way we're like before these people, right? So no, thank you so much, everyone. I do think this is partially because the audience for the survey was more like competitive than casuals. I'm sure there's like other, like if you had surveyed just like other people, you would have gotten other results, but still I'm very happy with this. Yeah, and thank you so much for that. Meebo Bell, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Okay, this looks like I'm okay. No, we're not looking at ourselves in a ranking right now. That's not what we're doing.
Done a lot for me in terms of helping me grow my channel over the years. I definitely would not be here if it was not for him.
That's definitely not what we're doing.
A huge thanks to Farfa, and a huge congrats to Farfa as well for constantly being one of the most favorite YouTube / Twitch
Farfa's great
personalities. And then finally, the #1 favorite content creator for the second year in a row actually is Mr. MVT Yugioh, Joseph Rothschild. So huge congrats to you.
I'm surprised by the difference between Farfa and MVT. That's twice as many votes. That is twice as many votes. I thought it would have been closer between the two.
Has done a lot for the Yu-Gi community, has provided a lot of interesting content, most well known for his 10-minute testing, basically trying out a bunch of different decks and honestly being able to commentate faster than probably anyone else possibly could, as well as, Jank Bank, let's say, for, a bunch of different Jank decks and just a lot of different.
Where was that survey held? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yesterday on Farfa's stream, they talked about how it was, I think it was held mostly on Twitter, and MBT has a larger following on Twitter than Farfa. That's what they attested it to. I don't know. I think once again, this, for the most part, this portion is just to stroke egos of content creators, right? Like, for example, I'm incredibly proud to be mentioned in the top 3 after just being like streaming, creating content for like 1.5 years. It's something that makes me proud. But at the end of the day, I would have been proud of this regardless, even if I wasn't even included in this survey, right? Even without that, I'm incredibly proud of like the viewer numbers we're getting these days, the sub numbers, the amount of support, the amount of, activity in chat, the people in my Discord, all that kind of stuff. You don't really need actual like these types of numbers for that sort of validation, right? It kind of circles back to what we talked about earlier with like achievements and stuff like that. Of course, I'm happy to see it, but I don't think someone like Farfa should just... What the takeaway for Farfa should not be, oh my god, I have less votes than MBT. This sucks. I'm pretty sure Farfa is still just appreciative of all the things that his community does and so on and so forth. I think it's just...
big congrats to, honestly,
people are interpreting more into this than there is,
in the YouTubing or whatever Twitch.
Because people just love comparing themselves to other people for some reason.
Appreciation to all of you. And then finally, let's sort of kind of taper off this survey video now with just some fun related questions. Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh!
Who's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh! Protagonist? Jaden. Yeah. If it's just the main protagonist, Jaden.
Protagonist. This is actually the same as last year, essentially. Yusei, really from 5Ds being really, really...
I will say, Yusei, I haven't watched 5Ds, but I heard a lot of good things about 5Ds, which is maybe why I don't really have a connection to Yusei, because my favorite series as a child was I loved GX, right? GX was the time frame where I was at my peak anime consumption, that was GX for me. So GX for me is that's my childhood, right? Like, it's like the main series as well, right? The original Yu-Gi-Oh as well, but like GX is when I was peak watching Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I think that's why And I think the reason why so many of you, like you say, is because a lot of you are like a lot of other people that are just like a couple years younger than I am. I'm 28, like 25-ish. I think what GX is for me, 5Ds is for them. So I understand. I get it, right? I get that. I understand that. I simply have never I've never gone back and rewatched or watched 5Ds. So maybe I would change my mind if I watched 5Ds. But GX is GX for me is like that's my childhood main character, right?
Preferred favorite, as well as Jaden from GX. Yugi, the original protagonist, not getting that.
I'm 27 and 5Ds is the GOAT. I'm 31 and I think 5Ds is the best. Yeah, of course, exceptions like that are gonna exist, right? It's just that when 5Ds came out, I didn't actively watch the anime anymore. For me personally, you know, it's like, yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Much love, honestly, and the rest of the anime characters really not getting any love at all for the most part. Now, in terms of the favorite DM characters, Monster is your favorite, and Blue Eyes does come out on.
Which Dark Magician, the Duel Monster's main character monster is your favorite? I haven't thought about this. It's not Blue Eyes, I don't think. Blue Eyes is like the mainstream. Nah, it's not. I was never a Kaiba kind of person. I always hated Kaiba. If it's only between those three, I think it's Red Eyes.
On top, followed by Red Eyes.
I think I'll pick Red Eyes.
That Yugi's ace monster is not as popular. Blue Eyes, I think, definitely makes more sense, you know, especially when you kind of look at like the pricing of some of these collector items that involve Blue Eyes. It's definitely always higher than the rest of these cards. And then also the favorite Egyptian god card. And
I wanted to pause it before. Okay. I would have gone Winged Dragon of Ra, I think. I would have gone Winged Dragon of Ra. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry. I would have gone Winged Dragon of Ra.
Slifer Yugi's monster actually comes out on top. This was
like
definitely
Ra.
my favorite as well, watching it as a kid. I think, you know, Ra has always been like the least favorite, I think. It's just kind of not that interesting. Obelisk Kaiba, that was also really, really cool. But Slifer, I think, always looked the coolest. Now, in terms of the favorite special summon.
Okay. Favorite special summoning mechanic. Synchro. XYZ. Ritual and fusion together. Kind of, you know, cool. Link. Pendulum. Did I forget one?
Summoning mechanic. So Synchro being...
Synchro XYZ fusion. Why is Ritual so low, dude? Are you guys out of your mind? I guess, okay, no, I'll forgive you. I'll forgive you because the most recent deck, when you think of Ritual, the most recent thing that comes to mind is Drytron, in which case I understand you guys, I feel you. When I think Ritual, though, I don't think Drytron, right? I think back to, like, Necros. That shit was based. But I guess I have to accept the fact that that's, at this point, like, 8 years ago, you know? I don't know. I have a sweet spot. For rituals, you know. I like Relinquished is also one of my favorite cards. Not my favorite card, but one of my favorite cards is Relinquished. Necros is one of my favorite decks of all time. I have a sweet spot for Ritual, so I would have put... actually, the order is completely based. I just would have rated Ritual higher. I don't like Fusion as much these days. I think I would have put Ritual before Fusion even, but the rest is fine.
Really high. I guess that makes kind of sense. You know, it definitely was a pretty...
Rituals are ass. It's not about which is the best. It's your favorite, right? It doesn't have to be a good mechanic. It's just... If I have to choose a mechanic that I think is fun, not good, I like Ritual.
interesting gimmick. And Xyz being also up there. Fusion being the first kind of like extra deck summoning mechanic from the original days, getting a decent amount of love. I'm kind of surprised Link was actually at 15%. I thought people really did not like Link summoning. I mean, we do have a lot of competitive players respond to survey. Maybe that might have a reason to do with it. But Pendulum, you know, pretty low. I mean,
okay, hot take, chat. I don't actually hate Link summoning. The only problem is, I think, with Links is that Links are very hard. Links, out of all these summoning mechanics, are the most generic one, right? Because theoretically, every monster can be used for a Link summon in any sort of combination, right? Like for Synchro, you need the tuner. For XYZ, you need the same level. For Fusion, you need the Fusion spell. For Ritual, you need the Ritual spell. For Pendulum, you need the scales. For Link summon, you don't need shit. You just need monsters, right? So it's like, it's very generic, which not necessarily a bad thing, right? But very hard to balance, right? That this is the reason why the most banned extra deck mechanic on the ban list is Link monsters, right? Even if it's the newest one out of all of those, still most extra deck monsters on the ban list are Link monsters. It's because it's the hardest one to balance. Because it's so generic, and specifically there are certain things they just shouldn't have done with Link monsters. The first thing is Link ones are very, very hard to balance because it lets you get any monster into the graveyard, which is not something you should do. Like just giving everyone the opportunity to get any monster into the graveyard at any point is not something they should do. Also, the fact that they give all of these Link ones just a random +1 effect is weird. And the second thing that I have had a problem with in the past is Link climbing. Link climbing, just so we're on the same page, you probably all know what it means, but Link climbing is when a Link monster summons another monster. Because what that leads to is it completely invalidates the entire Link mechanic. The entire value of a Link monster gets thrown out the window if you have Link climbing, right? Because the entire balancing of Link monsters is their Link rating, right? Their Link rating defines how powerful a Link monster should be. A Link 4 monster, in theory, should take 4 monsters because it's a Link 4. The problem is, when you have a Link 2 monster that summons a monster from the deck, you are turning 2 monsters into 3 monsters. And then when you have a Link 3 that summons a monster from somewhere, suddenly you can go from a Link 2 into a Link 3 into a Link 4, and that Link 4 that was designed with the idea that it's going to take you 4 monsters to summon, so it's a very powerful effect, suddenly, instead of having to actually invest those 4 monsters, you only invest 2, right? And that completely throws off the entire balancing around the mechanic. Do you know what I mean? Unless you put heavy restrictions onto the cards, right? So I would argue Access Code Talker is a very powerful card, but Access Code Talker is not the problem. The problem is the fact that, like, 2 monsters make Access Code Talker. Why? It's a Link 4. Why do 2 monsters make it? No idea. Doesn't make sense. So I think that's one of the things, right? That bothers me with Links. So in general, I like the Link mechanic because I'm a big fan of, like, the extra deck being sort of a toolbox, right? I'm a huge fan of cards like Nightmare Phoenix, Nightmare Cerberus, Nightmare Unicorn, whatever, even IP Masquerena. Like, I'm a big fan of just generic utility. I'm not a big fan of like boss monsters that are part of your end board, like Appaloosa. But I do like the utility from the extra deck and the fact that you can turn a lot of monsters into that kind of utility. I think I'm a fan of. Marin says is okay, in my opinion, because it's very, very balanced out with specific restrictions. And it's really hard to abuse the Link climbing from Marin says, because you can only really go into that's your boss monster, right? You can only make that boss monster pretty much. You can't make any of the other. Like, you can't go into 1,000 directions with your Link climbing. You can just the goal of your deck is to summon that thingy, right? You summon the Argonaut or the other one. Like, that's okay, right? That's fine. Let them do it, right? Let them do it. That's all right. I think the problem, I have a much bigger problem with link climbing when it comes to Cyberse decks, for example, right? Like, and you guys can chat, can you believe for a second that people called me a hypocrite for playing Salamangrate at locals, even though I was supposed to be the Cyberse hater? Dude, Salamangrate is not a Cyberse deck. I enjoyed Salamangrate so much more when there wasn't like Transcode Talker and shit like that, right? Like Transcode Talker, Splash Mage, I still have issues with, right? But Salamangrate is not just that, right? Yeah, just delete Cyberse from the game. Just delete Cyberse from the game, make Salamangrate Pyro, make Marincess Aqua, and we're all happier. That's all I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Realistically, I don't even think Konami likes pendulum summoning at this point, and Ritual almost always never really got any love. In terms of the favorite monster attribute, Dark comes out on top by far, which again kind of reflects how Konami has been treating it as well, because clearly they love Dark monsters, and I'm pretty sure if you were to...
What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh monster attribute? Mine is water. Mine is water, simply because randomly, a lot of my favorite decks have water in it. Mermail Atlantean from 2013. 2014, banger deck. Frogs, absolute banger deck. Necros, holy shit. No, water is my favorite. Water is my favorite.
On all the different monster attributes, Dark probably comes out on.
Dark is such a standard answer, right? Dark is such a standard response to this. Such a uncultured opinion to have Dark as your favorite attribute.
On top by far. Now, finally, in terms of the favorite monster type, there's
same as Dragon.
a lot. There's actually like 20 plus, including the new Illusion type. But I'm only going to cover the top 10. And Dragon, again, another type that Konami clearly favors the most, definitely comes out on top. But you know what? Machine came out in second, which was actually my choice for a Cyber.
What's my favorite type? My favorite type. I don't know. I like Spellcaster. I'm not trying to think of a specific deck right now, because I could think of a cool deck for every type probably, except for Cyberse, if Salamangrate are Pyros. But I think the coolest vibes I'm getting, I like Psychic. Psychic is based. I like Pyro. That's very unpopular opinion, but Pyro is cool. I love cards like Volcanics, Volcanic Rocket, Volcanic Shell, Volcanic Counter, Royal Firestorm card. Dude, Royal Firestorm card is a cool card. It's a terrible card, but it's a cool card. I like that. So yeah, Pyro, Psychic, maybe Spellcaster, maybe Aqua. That's my kind of jam.
Dragons. So that's kind of cool to see. And you
Dragon Machine Warriors
like
just too
Worm,
mainstream,
actually
dude.
some of the more newer types that still made it on here.
It's too mainstream.
So you know what? Pretty cool to see this kind of breakdown. Anyway, so that was it for the video. That was definitely a really long.
This was very, very interesting. Hakuna Matata. I'll share the link with you guys, chat. I'll share the link with you. Very fantastic channel. Does these types of things very frequently. Enjoy it a lot. Give him check him out. Yeah. Smash that like. Let's go. All right, chat. As you can hear, I feel like I need to rest my voice a little bit, and I think we're gonna call it a day just a little bit earlier today. Thank you all. Don't die. I won't die. I just like my throat hurts. That's all. I'm gonna be okay. But let me rest up a little bit. I'll be playing Among Us with Farfa later. So I'll send you guys over to the Farfa subathon right now. Thank you so much for watching. Check video before you die. Need to upload. Okay, I'll check the video so you can upload when I die. All right. Yeah, I'll send you guys over to Farfa. Thank you so much for watching. Sorry for the... I know you guys tell me not to apologize for it, but still sorry for the scuffed streams this week. You know, I've been kind of down, been a little bit sick, but I tried to... I tried to stream because I really wanted to. I enjoy it, and I didn't want to leave you guys without content, so I hope you still enjoyed the week. And I will hopefully see you guys much healthier next Monday. Yeah, until then, yeah, have a wonderful weekend, everybody. I hope you are feeling better than I do. And yeah, I'll be playing some Among Us with Farfa later, so you might want to check that out. And yeah, until then, bye bye, peace. Thank you.